Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Wednesday, October 7th. Let's see, do I have everything set up the way I need it to be set up? I think I did. I got thrown for a bit of a whirl as YouTube decided that I needed to verify my account, and maybe perhaps just Google in general decided I needed to verify my account. I'm not sure why the reason for that is. It doesn't seem like it was an exclusive YouTube thing, so I don't know if there's been possibly a big leak of passwords and codes. At a certain point, like what more can you do? I've already got like two-factor authentication on. I've already done as much as Google and YouTube would let me do, so if they're gonna drop the ball and get my account locked out for me, well, that sucks, but that's not my fault. And frankly, if this is just the beginnings of YouTube trying to make some fake excuse to get rid of my YouTube account, well, again, not my fault. So I am definitely bouncing back and forth between this idea, and I have like 2 hours to decide whether I want to stick with solo missions, which are easy to do to get gold on a daily basis, knowing that I probably won't even bother to log in on a daily basis, or do I want to just let it have slightly more gold and not do the solo adventures? There's a weirdness certainly in the fact that the solo player missions don't allow you to get them by playing multiplayer. So you have to then waste more time playing even like the tutorial solo player missions 4 or 5 times in a row, which is still faster than probably playing one game in reality, or even a practice game. But it is just extra work. I would ideally like to see more login bonuses, as it were. Something that inherently does just say, hey, we noticed you logged in, that's good enough. Where a game like Shadowverse drops the ball compared to the advertisement laden examples of free-to-play games is fairly obvious in that when you log in, you are not given really a advertisement for buying really anything. Like even the Battle Pass right now, the advertisements are fairly outside of your perception. Let's see, spending a gold here to open one more of those packs, spending 100 gold there is actually fairly expensive. And we do need to do a card rebuild, and frankly, it would be helpful to do that. So we opened 18 cards, 16 cards. We kept 2 pretty much. Alright. Deck rotation build. Let's do this. We have Swordcraft was the last one that we had done in order, so we need to do a Runecraft. So come over here, search it just by the new cards, and let's get a general idea of what a strategy would be playing as Runecraft, if it's going to be any different. That's not what I meant to do. Add a card from your deck. If X is greater than 0, reveal it and subtract X from it. X equals the number times out follows. Have evolved this match. Evolving, probably not useful. Summoning a dutiful steed, probably not super useful to the Runecraft concept. Although at a certain point, perhaps it is just that the neutral cards in expansions change the meta way more than the specialized cards, and so there is no actual good runecraft deck. There's just a good neutral deck where you can make slight modifications from a good neutral base deck into the small selection of good runecraft cards. Let's see. Summons. If there are less than 2 allied or sigils, summon 2 Earth Essences. I think that's where this is going to boil down to, is Earth Essences and amulets. Let's see, each one of these was... This one restores damage to your thing, discards a card, destroys all followers. I don't think any of those would be useful in this. There is an idea here, certainly, if there was a card that synergized around amulets. I think that would work fairly well. But yeah, we're gonna have to find out if there is a card that would say, for the number of amulets that are on the field or the number of amulets that you've played this game, do something. And I'm not sure that we have a card like that. I'm not sure that there's ever been a card like that. This card synergizes around that concept a little bit. These cards are kind of useless 1/1 creatures. Alright. So, advanced trait, no, keyword effect, Earthright, and is there anything that says amulets? And crystallize might be an interesting idea too. That's gonna be a long list, I would think. I'd think it would be, but maybe not. Let's get rid of that one first. And that one. Let's just type in the word amulet. Okay. Number of Earth Sigil amulets in play. That potentially works. But there's only 4 pages here in rotation, so if there ever was a concept around this, it's emergency summoning. Yeah, this concept doesn't feel like it doesn't seem like it really will work the way I'd like it to work. I know that there is a card out there that will do damage based on the number of amulets you have, but I don't know if I have that card. And it does kind of feel like for a 4-year-old game, Shadowverse still does have a small number of in-game cards. Although that's a double-edged sword too, because I certainly could also say there are a lot of cards I don't understand and don't have a full grasp on, even at this point, playing into this game, which I've been playing this game for a small amount of time, but long enough that I really can't make the argument that I'm completely a noob. Mostly it just kind of boils down to, have I been paying attention? 2 searches to get to 3 cards so far. We've got 21 pages. What is this card? Showing up with the keyword effect Earthright? Yeah. Yeah, that barely gives you 11 cards. Seems weird. Where really the only other thing we could have here would be Crystallize. And that's just like 1 page. Am I filtering anything over here? No. Wasn't. So what I'm effectively gonna do is I'm gonna make a fake deck here that doesn't actually work the way it should work. And then we're just gonna double up on the cards that we do have and I guess pretty much call it a day. There's really no logic to this. Yeah, there's really no logic to this at all. It should be more of a case of going back and looking at the spell boost cards and just throwing in some new spell boost cards. Which I think in this case that's pretty much how this is all gonna have to boil down to. See, this is what I would need, is more of these. Okay. 1, 2. 2 of that. And that gets us up to 30 at that point. And then we probably need the lowest level cards otherwise. Take that. Take that. Tons of cards here that don't really come into play. Or make any sense. There we go. Okay. So I've somehow said give me 2 of this card here. Miser Neighborhood Hero, which you really would be the next best thing to have for this. And where is he up here? Well, these are being filtered. I see. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And then we'll name it Amulets. Okay. Now let's go back and look at Runecraft 2 and see what deck this is. Let's see. We have a Restore 2 Defense 2 Leader. That's easy to get rid of. We have another Restore 2 Defense 2 Leader. And we have Apollo, which can't be played anymore. And I don't think that has anything to do with temporary gems or anything. I just think that that literally has to do with... Let's get rid of these. Those are no good. This is probably spells. Yeah. And that actually isn't that hard to change, is it? You just click here, then perhaps spell boost. See any new spell boost cards we like, and we'll throw it in. Throw them in. What does this actually do? There you go. And let's see. We had an invoke card that went out, and now we're looking, I guess it would be ideally for something that could heal, but I bet there isn't anything that can heal. So just put those in there. Save. And then let's see. Click here. And we'll call that spells. And then you should look here and see what this deck is, because obviously not that much has changed. Spells, spells, spells. They both could be spells, frankly. Banish an enemy follower has to go. Subtract 1 cost from the cost of cards. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's very different, frankly. Yeah, super easy actually. Okay. So then we just need to go ahead and call this spells 2. At least until we can think of better names. And then we'll just rearrange this here. We'll just come over here and do that. And do that. We probably should keep everything in a page. So I'd probably do something like that would probably be the best bet. And then do something like that. And then spells too. That's probably the best bet so far as what we can do. And then at the very least we should change one of these characters to look like this. And let's see if we can find something that we'd like to use as a card back, just to keep things a little bit more interesting and keep things a little bit more varied. Alright, well, that's 20 minutes of just deck rebuilding, and that goes to show why there isn't a lot of good argument for doing deck rebuilding on screen. Because it is slow and boring, but in a weird way today's probably going to be a fairly slow and boring thing. Anyways, it seems like we are just, for the most part, pretty much out of video game news for the end of the year. I don't think we're gonna see a few more releases over the next couple of weeks, but once you get to October 25th, you're a month away from Black Friday. I don't think that they're going to try and release anything super close to Black Friday. So I think it is probably, we are approaching a point where there isn't a lot more that can be said or done. As far as games getting released, a massive amount, as I did the fall list cleanup off screen over the day, which yesterday, which I should say my accountability section is going to be pathetic in that I've just dropped the ball as far as uploading things. I uploaded about 6 videos and haven't scheduled any of them, and that's about it. Like, I didn't distracted myself doing other things, so so I was once again working on my server. This time I'm trying to I expanded the script I have to actively check the amount of RAM before it tries to encrypt a email, so that if it's a particularly big file, it should know how much to split to it. I'm still tweaking the settings there, but it now knows how much RAM is in the computer. It's going to ask for either slightly less than the total amount of RAM, or it's going to ask for half of the amount of RAM, maybe even a quarter of the amount of RAM. Speaking of RAM, while I was doing the follow list cleanup, I had hundreds and hundreds of tabs open, and it was barely getting to a quarter of all 64 gigabytes of my PC's RAM. 64 gigabytes is a lot, certainly, but it works. There's an undoubted obviousness there, where that works very well to make sure you always have enough while still having a very bloated Chrome, which at a certain point maybe you just stop using bloated Chrome browser, but yeah, I'm not ready to make that jump. So yeah, I worked on my server to check the amount of RAM. I also expanded the login logout script, which is a different script, although this is all going to just get wrapped up, I think, now into one project, and I'm going to put the whole project, I think, online as just one big installer, so it's just really easy for me to go and download it again myself later and use that. So do we want to attack this guy? I think we do.
Mana, come forth. I love how you slither. What a squishy body you have.
Hide in the shadows.
No!
Everything all right here?
So yeah, I modified the login logout script to pull in Linux a lot of internal variables. Because in Linux you can, there are specific just like file things, files that have internal hardware variables. So it's just reading those files and saying, hey, this is how you would identify this computer by hardware. Logically, for somebody who only has one computer, it doesn't matter. For somebody who has potentially hundreds of computers, it may not very matter, because you may just have a really, really good system of naming things and labeling things. But for the less organized people out there, being able to say, hey, this is the computer someone just logged into, or just maybe even for legal reasons, having that having that extra identification would be helpful. And it's not like the emails that were getting sent were long in the first place. It was just literally saying this person logged in from this IP address at this time, so putting a short paragraph. Of course, now on my computer, since it's an OEM computer, there's a lot of variables that just say to be filled by OEM. So I put a filter in there to just say, hey, if the variable's empty, if it says to be filled with OEM, go ahead and skip that, because that's not useful information. Let's see, I don't know which ones of these would work, and I don't know why I care.
You don't stand a chance.
Because we're gonna win here. This and that.
Envy you.
Of course, right now we don't have any daily quests, so me getting a victory gets me a treasure chest, which can get me some gold, which is nice, but that's pretty much all I can do. We can get up to rank D1, and we can make a little bit of an experience of a push. There's a weekly limit on the battles too, so there's something to be thought about there. Also, as far as like, if you get the battle pass and you don't play consistently every week, you still won't be able to get as high as you should be able to get, and there clearly is a theoretical maximum, whereas at least in Magic the Gathering Arena there really didn't seem like there was a weekly limit or any kind of limit, so you could just play all day every day and get higher and higher and get more cards. Perhaps there was some kind of limitation at some point, but I didn't see anything like that. But yeah, now I'm just most lately messing with trying to figure out how to make a bit of a script that, as an installer, to just install all these things easier and set up the whole process easier. Yeah, I messed with something in the quality of service, I think, and I need to go back and mess with it again. Yeah, here's the only ads you get when you log in. Just things over here that are very generic and frankly should not even be here half the time, and then the Battle Pass on sale. I want to play this again because of that. But yeah, I feel like in an effort to make my internet smoother, I have made my internet less smooth once again. Although I did figure out a way to get the DNS mask MASQ settings to stop putting things in the system log, flooding it with just kind of unimportant information, which makes the system log easier to read. Okay. Gotta trade that one and that one. But yeah, I am still completely trapped to upload videos. I have to upload videos and clear off hard drives before I can think about doing anything else, and if I'm or think about playing another game. At a certain point I need to go back and I want to try and work around the glitches of Marvel Avengers and get all the achievements. As far as Steam also, I'm noticing a level of yeah, I'm noticing that a lot of my sales on the marketplace are still going through, and I'm wondering still, I'm still moving from the suspicion that they're going to get rid of the marketplace, or at least severely limit the marketplace in a way that it's only going to be for a few small things, Counter-Strike Go skins probably, and nothing else. Right. If only these would turn into something better.
A galaxy of gems tumbles and twirls.
There we go, that gives us 2 rapid fires. Interesting. This guy doesn't take any damage. Darn it. So, Miser, Neighborhood Hero.
You look about as tough as a field mouse.
This gives you a rapid fire. And so I needed to be able to evolve it. And I needed probably significantly more rapid fires. Yeah, and even if you had 9 rapid fires in your hand, and then they were all 0, you're only gonna at most do 18 damage there.
Embrace your vast potential.
All right.
Mana, come forth.
Learn to covet on a greater scale. I'm just warming up.
Love me a critter
You leave
worth
a
their
lot to
salt.
be desired.
So this one,
Opportunities
we'll
abound.
put 2 our sigils on the field. So this one's a really good card.
The silver of my sword shines above the battlefield.
Yeah, is there anything else to really talk about? No, I think we're gonna probably go to the video game news,
Vanguard, carry on.
and then we might do some of the fall list cleanup too. A massive amount of games have been out since like October of 2019 and they're still in early access, so it's pretty much impossible.
Never seen a reaction like that.
Like it really is impossible to believe that would still be a viable device, or what am I trying to say? It's impossible to believe that a game that's been in early access for a year really is going to have any relevancy or ever come out of early access. This is that one that reduces damage by 1. Darn it, I keep forgetting that. I need to remember that. So yeah, I'm removing them from the fall list. It actually was surprisingly easy to remove quite a lot of games from the fall list because a lot of them just have been also either not reviewed at all or barely reviewed, having less than 20 reviews, which generally I think I was saying I wanted 30 reviews before I'd consider a game relevant enough to play. And maybe I've made a couple of exceptions for things that really looked interesting, but I don't know if I made that many. Okay. This
evil. Chaotic good.
and this and then this.
You don't stand a chance.
Wrongdoing? Me? Perish the thought.
Nothing to fear.
Let's see. Well, this sucks. I cannot. Damage to effects, certainly. But that's kind of all I can do. So yeah, a decent amount of games were immediately removed. There is also certainly, I guess, an argument that could be made that perhaps some of the what am I trying to say here? The wish list may be getting a little bit dirtier, as it were, in the sense that there's lesser quality games that I decide to put on the wish list, knowing that I'll just be more critical. I'm really not expecting to spend a lot of money on Steam sales this year, as I've just been, particularly this year, very bad about being able to play games, either because I was just exhausted or because I was or because I was just the
Wait. How did I lose?
Either I was exhausted or something else coming up, or I was distracted, certainly as I sound distracted right now. Yeah. I just don't feel like, honestly, I used to be this bad. Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't know. Like, there is kind of this sweet spot, I think, for people when they can be attentive, and that sweet spot is probably really a relatively short amount of years between, oh, I would imagine somewhere between about 22 and, let's say 22 and maybe 25, which you can really pay attention and be really focused. those 4 years or so.
Don't underestimate
Maybe
me.
you go 18 to
Perish
25
in my flame.
when people are in college. Those college years. That seems to be about the only time I think the average people can start paying attention. And perhaps that's just a sign of the times that nobody can pay attention anymore at all. But yeah, my insomnia certainly is not doing me any great deeds. I drank a 5-hour energy drink just because it had expired, which probably meant I should have thrown it away. But yesterday, which didn't really affect anything because I had in the previous day already kind of shifted my sleep schedule again to a normal 9 to 5 type schedule, being awake at like 6 in the morning, going to sleep at 10 in the evening, and that's what I did. But the problem with insomnia is often the quality of sleep is just so incredibly low. It doesn't matter whether the
uncharted desert awaits.
the actual amount of sleep is.
What do we have here? Best of luck to you.
We won't give him an inch.
So yeah, there's an initial trial date set between Epic Games and Apple in May of 2021. I think it's very important to say initial trial date there because in my previous observations of people dealing with the courts, these dates tend to slide fairly quickly. So I would not be surprised if May turns into June, July, and it just gets pushed back and pushed back. Apple, I think in particular, benefits from just pushing the date back as far as possible. Because Fortnite, even now, you can see there's pretty much been no talk about Fortnite in the past couple of weeks. It's all about Among Us, an older game that some streamer somewhere must have played and caught a bunch of people's attention because of it.
Is that a human?
Mana, come forth.
I'm done sticking my head in the clouds.
Random enemy follower.
I told you to leave.
1 in 3 shots.
That didn't go well.
But yeah, as far as video game news goes, I can already see the beginning of the end.
My sword shines
Like,
above the battlefield.
and I was all over
Mighty flare, be my
Steam's
sword.
website,
I will
but
support the vanguard.
even
Carry on.
random garbage on being listed on Steam seems to be slowed down fairly well.
It'd have to be a clear day.
It would be an interesting argument to say perhaps now is the time that we're seeing the effects of like initial lockdowns in the United States and the West,
Sake of the
and,
future.
and it's just that incredibly delayed.
This match is mine.
But
Onward to a
I'm not sure I really believe that. I think this is probably much more of a scenario where we are into like the second phase of a lockdown, second, third, fourth phase of a lockdown, and people are maybe starting to take it slightly more serious,
forces of
at
darkness,
least in the
bow
video
before
game
my
industry
tempest.
as far as publishing games and such. But it could have absolutely nothing to do with any of that.
I'll finish you. Where the wind
Yeah.
blows, a path opens.
This spells deck does not strike me as something that actually could win
Wait,
playing it
how
here.
did I lose?
It does just kind of feel like it requires you to potentially have to pull off some kind of miracles as far as getting really cheap spells and playing them very fast and having a lot of them and having a lot in your hand. I think there probably in Shadowverse isn't a rotation deck that can be built around the idea of having massive amounts of cheap spells. That there, I don't think, is a fairy equivalent card.
Let me warm up for a
Something
spell.
that should be like a spark
bring unto you
equivalent to
serenity.
Magic the Gathering. You see, this one, I think it's really just a deck built around Harnessed Flame and Harnessed Glass. A 1 mana draw a card spell might be the fairy equivalent. So maybe you just need a ton of insights and a ton of things that give you insights. Here we have a game on Steam though called Virtual Cottage, which to me looks like a cell phone game that literally has nothing in it. It's free, so I guess the price is right, but it does seem like it is just somebody in a little cottage. I don't even know if you'd call that a cottage. Let's see. Tech Raptor is going for clickbait again with the history of sex in mainstream games, GTA, Dragon Age, and beyond. Part 1, 1981 to 1990, the Shameless era. Part 2, 1991 to 2004, playing Koi. Here's Conquer's Bad Fur Day, which they literally tried to make as offensive as possible to break contract with Nintendo. That's roughly how I think that went. And then Part 3, 2005 to 2013, Getting Braver. Although, at a certain point here, when you have one of these PlayStation Quantic Dreams, I believe, games is the company that made them. That is pretty much the same people that are getting #MeToo'd right now and accused of all kinds of harassment on top of just sexual harassment. So at a certain point you do have to ask the question is, are the people who are getting braver and bolder to put adult content in games also the same people who are brave and bold in their business actions, perhaps in many cases too brave and too bold, and thus inappropriate. Also, it's certainly worth mentioning that when you look at like Nintendo 64 era graphics where you can barely push 100 polygons on the screen, and the cell processor of the PlayStation 3, you're having much better animations, although again also this game was just full on almost a full motion video game in the sense that you really weren't interacting with them. Then they mentioned the God of War sex scenes, and here's some Mass Effect scene, and then part 4 is Game of Thrones but in games, which is 2014 to present day, which I find that not accurate at all, frankly. And interesting, this is a different staff writer than I've ever seen, Rhiannon Bevan. University of Essex. That's in the UK, I believe. The problem, I would say, more than anything with trying to talk about the the collection of games that have mainstream games that have sex in them is in part you're also pointing out some games in the early days that were all about sex and nothing else, and they weren't really mainstream games. And when you really start to strip it down, you're talking The Witcher, Mass Effect, Dragon Age, whatever this one was called, a few other games, God of War games, but then there's almost no real attempts before that, because Conker's Bad Fur Day was not intended to be a mainstream era game. GTA, which GTA's Hot Coffee mod was actually edited out of the game and then had to be modded back in for anybody to see it, so there's a lot of misunderstanding around the Hot Coffee mod and that controversy.
You won't get past me that easy.
Onward to a proper future.
It inherently, in a story like this, forgets about all the visual novels, which visual novels have to be considered mainstream in a global perspective. Like, you cannot make the argument that they aren't mainstream when they are the #1 seller worldwide on Steam. It is completely ignoring in this. Take a look again. There's not a single anime style game here from any era at all. There's not a single Japanese focused audience game here at all, or frankly non-Western focused content at all. Mass Effect in particular probably pushed its adult content in particular to be partially woke, and with the ability to have gay and straight relationships back in that era when being woke wasn't really a thing, and it was more just being pro-LGBT rights, or LGB rights. Frankly, it wasn't even the T at the time, and I think you probably had more of a massive amount of support there back in that era. Alright, that's enough trying the spell decks. Let's just play fairies. So at a certain point, the argument got flipped, and it was like, yeah, we're putting in these scenes to be pro-gay rights, not to try and sell on sex. They're also forgetting things like the man game, and like BMX Triple X. There's definitely some games that were for the West that would fall directly under this classification of being mainstream if you're going to include some other images from other games that really weren't mainstream. Mainstream is a very subjective, like, arguable, debatable description. But without bothering to read the whole paragraph, which is just all clickbait, the biggest thing I could say and wrap around this is that the video game industry is still very much a baby. Or perhaps at best it is a 12-year-old boy, 12-year-old girl. Let's not even gender it. It's the video game industry is at its very best a 12-year-old with just an early fascination in sex and really not much more of a experience or comprehension in it. Not that every single game needs sex in the same way that every single movie doesn't need sex. I don't think any of the Marvel Cinematic Universe benefits from having a sex scene, but there is definitely some opportunity there to at least imply that like Bruce Banner and Black Widow were dating, or several other characters. Like Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Pepper Potts. Like they definitely did imply they were dating. And particularly in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, having children is kind of necessary to move to the next generation of potential superheroes. But yeah, it doesn't benefit a Mario game or pretty much any Nintendo game for the story to change much. They probably should step it up a little bit with Mario and Princess Peach, where they actually do go on a date, instead of potentially Princess Peach just baking him a cake, which is like insane, an insane thing to say. Frankly, it's like, come over to my castle and I'll bake you a cake. That sounds dirtier than it really should be, because of the lack of character development between Mario and Peach over the course of 25-30 years. And you definitely saw that when Bowsette became a thing, and in just cosplayers in general, is that literally the children who would have played Super Mario Brothers 1 have now turned into 30-year-olds, and they've matured. And so video games should mature somewhat. On the other hand, if you wanted to make the argument that The Witcher 3 was a little bit gratuitous in the amount of nudity, and it was more along the lines of something like Games of Thrones, where I would definitely argue that Game of Thrones was intentionally gratuitous with its nudity and violence and everything. At a certain point, you do need to also argue there is a massive amount of violence in many games, so balancing that out even a little bit probably would be helpful. There's a massive amount of violence, there's a massive amount of gore, there's a massive amount of everything. Games are just bigger things in general, and they tend to have a lot more story, even if the story isn't that good. So it's important to find kind of a nuanced middle ground there, and we definitely haven't found that yet. As much as I like Honey Pop, I don't want every match 3 game to turn into Honey Pop. As much as a lot of the visual novels do have sex and nudity in them, it is worth mentioning that a lot of those visual novels that do have sex and nudity in them probably don't have as good of a writing as the best visual novels. So it is a struggle we have, the Western society has had for hundreds of years, that has been continued to exist as a kind of a wedge issue, for lack of a better term. I would say pretty much since the beginning of the printing press, since the Catholic Church could no longer push out the idea that sex was only for procreating and making more Catholics, and it should be done in missionary style, and no enjoyment should be attained whatsoever, which again, that's just a population control method. Moving on, TechRaptor has a more legitimate argument. The Red Lantern, a dog sledding narrative survival game, is coming soon, although it's not very helpful information, once again. This is one of my problems with TechRaptor, is a lot of times they will just overly early announce games or talk about games that maybe they have a release date, but it's 6 months from now, or maybe they don't have a release date at all. Unfortunately, my post on Facebook got exactly 0 responses, which I think is part of the problem, and it's something I've definitely noticed of the 2 video game groups that I follow on Facebook. It's just memers. It's just people putting up troll things. Nobody has anything intelligent to say at all. Inherently, that might be Facebook completely by itself. That there's just no actual intelligent conversation in general on Facebook. But yeah, I got no response as far as any new suggestions, which I can't really take to mean that there actually aren't other news sources to potentially get video game news from that I would be interested in. It just means I would have to find something else.
I'm just a cog in a random machine.
I don't know if this is video game related. I am so incredibly out of the loop. There's something about I want to say Funhouse, Rooster Teeth. Yeah, Rooster Teeth. Somebody and something is going around Rooster Teeth. I know that I thought they were out of business last time I had heard. But I'm not really sure what's going on there at all. So there's really nothing to say there.
It won't be long now.
But if my understanding is correctly, Rooster Teeth had been kind of bleeding money with their Ruby animation or sequel, whatever they're actually still making at this point, and people weren't really liking it, and that just animation companies in general were bleeding money. And I think Rooster Teeth also ran a YouTube channel called Funhouse that maybe was video game related. But yeah, that's without any real data. It's impossible for me to say anything other than I can just generally say, like, content creators should never be trusted to be moral authorities in any situation. And frankly, if you want to get more specific, content creators that try to be personalities are trying to be personalities because that was weird. That was a mistake.
Ninja art, sheep counting jutsu.
And then
A soldier is a link in the greater chain.
Come get some.
Back here.
No one gets past me.
Back here. So yeah, don't idolize content creators, because you will inevitably find out that they're jerks or that they've got something weird about them, because of course they do. If no normal sane person puts in the time and effort to become a celebrity on anything, me included, frankly. Like, I would not be putting in the time and effort to make a YouTube channel if I had like other people that I talked about video games with. So there's definitely a level of lack of people that I can talk to / loneliness, if you want to call that. Certainly, and that was a motivating factor. I had been very burned out on just playing video games by myself. I clearly have the gift of gab / want to rant a little bit about things, and that's not typically considered normal either.
Our melody will bring courage to all.
Like, if I wasn't in an incredibly unique position, there really is no justification for the amount of time and effort I put into my YouTube channel. You don't have 8,000 hours plus of footage on YouTube just because you're doing it as a hobby and you're living out, you're going out and working a different job and hanging out with friends and doing things like that. If anything, I might just be inherently bland, at least from my own perspective. Like the only thing interesting to me that I do is I mess around and work on my computer and my server and home labs and nerdy things. But otherwise I'm fairly bland. But inherently that also has driven the direction of my YouTube channel in the sense that I've never had any desire to do any collabs. And if I was to do any collabs, I'd be doing collabs with people even smaller than me, so it wouldn't give me any subscriptions. It'd have to be some incredibly generous person that I could sucker, and I probably don't have the social skills to sucker a bigger popular celebrity to really push his audience to subscribe to my audience. And I've tried that once and gotten a shout out once, and it didn't literally get me any subscribers at all. So I didn't get a shout out from an interested group of people, or the group of people was just incredibly small. Moving on, we have a game, Space Travel Jigsaw Puzzles. Worth mentioning out that we're still getting jigsaw puzzles. This is free though for English. That's actually a little bit different because almost always when you see these low effort jigsaw puzzle games, there's a price, a small price attached to it.
The uncharted desert awaits.
Too slow.
Let's see.
Should have been quicker.
I tell you, these days you cough even once and you start to think you're sick, and it's the paranoia. It's not good for anybody, but it's particularly bad for people that just have allergies and are constantly coughing, and frankly that was me in the first place. Gamma Sutra has this article. The PlayStation 5 teardown offers up an up-close look at the next generation console. It's worth mentioning that to remove this base, which you have to have it up here, you need a screwdriver to remove the base. And then when you remove the screwdriver, there's a slot inside the base to put the screw in, and then you twist the base to lock the screw in, and at that point you can turn the PlayStation 5 90 degrees and put it down on the surface, and you still have to use the base at that point, but you have to use it with some plastic hooks that are in the middle of it to hold it in a proper location. So it's a incredibly complicated
Don't count your tanukis just yet.
let's see. So I could, this one's not gonna take any damage.
What do we have here?
So yeah, it's really complicated to move the base. In all fairness, and I've seen arguments both ways, we have not, I think, officially heard that the Xbox Series X is recommended to be turned 90 degrees. So at a certain level, it at least does turn 90 degrees to offset what you can see is, just look at the scale here. Look how giant this thing is. Like, let's say that this is the shortest of the short Japanese people. Let's say he's 4.5 feet. Well, then this is 2.25 feet tall. Or at least 2 feet tall. Like, that is huge. And I don't think either one of the systems are actually going to benefit well if you do put them on their sides. I bet they are 100% designed to not be put on their sides. The only other interesting things, there's a custom power supply. There's a slot inside of the PlayStation 5 that lets you there's a slot inside of it that lets you put an M2 stick in to expand the SSD, but the internal SSD is soldered onto the board, which it looks fairly difficult to repair, frankly, because it has a Ryzen Zen 2 processor soldered to the board. It has all the RAM soldered to the board for the GDR RAM that's used by the graphics and the computer. The SSD is soldered to the board. The only things that are disconnectable and replaceable would be the power supply and the drive. So it seems to be almost completely unrepairable. It has a huge one-sided a huge heatsink on one side, and at least, I believe, I saw two giant fans. I don't want to show the video because it'll just get content ID claimed, I guarantee it, but yeah, it is huge, and it is clearly designed in such a way because it was overheating. They gave way too much authority to an artsy-fartsy outer shell designer and an engineer on the inside to make it run without really just trying to stay to any kind of standards at all. It's a custom non-square circuit board, which is kind of got cutouts for other things. It also has incredibly large fins, and my fear, even when I saw this first announced, was my fear was that this was going to be it was going to have these giant fins that would allow cockroaches to crawl into the PlayStation 5, and I think that is very much still what's going to happen here, is that there's a lot of fins that will allow a lot of cockroaches to get inside this, bugs in general to get inside of this and seek warmth and live in there, and there's like no way that you're gonna stop insects from getting inside of that if you have a slightly infected house. And in Japan, old houses at least tend to be fairly infected with cockroaches, not because they don't keep them clean from what I hear, but just because there's just so many cracks in houses and such. And that kind of feels out of character for Japanese people, but it does seem to be the case.
The uncharted desert awaits.
Alright. I should have played that first.
For now.
Strength and beauty together. It all ends here.
My loyalty is ironclad.
Whenever an enemy follower comes into play, deal 1 damage to the leader. Okay.
Stop preparing. Master.
What a troublemaker!
What? Impossible.
So yeah, there's really not a lot new, just a lot of confirmations on the PlayStation 5. I've also seen an indication that the PlayStation 5 logo copyright does not seem to be owned by Sony in India, so somebody else had PS5 copyrighted already, so that's a little weird too. Doesn't have really anything to do with the teardown, but and in general our fears, or my fears, are simply that Sony of Japan has just kind of abandoned the PlayStation as a concept. We kind of know that they've abandoned being in charge of games, Sony Interactive Entertainment, but I'm not sure if they haven't also just kind of abandoned hardware design and PlayStation as a brand in general. And then when you look at the bigger Sony, that factor still needs to be calculated in. Even if Sony video game stuff is selling good, that doesn't really matter if Sony in itself is on the verge of bankruptcy. Let's see if we can do this. Do that.
No one gets past
And
me.
that. See if we can possibly win here. That'd be nice. Yeah, TechRaptor has this article. PlayStation 5 trademark not owned by Sony in India. According to Mako Reactor, Sony doesn't have an official India release date, price, or pre-orders for a reason, because there's no approved Indian PlayStation 5 trademark for Sony, or at least not yet. So this very well could just be an example of India government being incredibly slow and fairly crocked, and they haven't just paid the bribes. By the way, I did find settings that let you adjust the font size on Chrome. It doesn't let me adjust the font size in other places, but that does offer a new setting that I can tweak where I could potentially actually be able to read text easier on Chrome, or very well I might have to increase the dots per inch resolution on my second monitor and then decrease the font size to balance it out, which that is also a possibility. And have we gotten... Nope, we are still basically an hour away, so as soon as I'm done with this, I will inherently end up having to go back in circles. I don't know why I'm playing Bloodcraft. I need to get away from rotation and go back and play Unlimited, because I have more Unlimited cards and more of an interesting deck that I can play in Unlimited than what I have in rotation.
Time to get started. You must die.
Or at least I feel like that's the case. I could be totally wrong. TechRaptor has an article here. The hills are haunted in Blair Witch Oculus Quest Edition. Which, okay. Weird to be talking about an Oculus Quest game, but Tech Raptor has an article here. The House Antitrust Committee says Apple has an iOS distribution monopoly, which, okay, maybe that will be something, but I imagine a lot of that is putting out politics and just playing politics and trying to get people to vote for the people in that committee more than anything else.
Loyalty is ironclad.
Like, the specific title here, without reading any more into it, because this really is just pointless information at the moment, is saying that the distribution of the operating system iOS is a monopoly. Which, okay, I guess that's true, because Microsoft sells OEM discs, and then the OEMs sell their own special versions of Windows, and I bet you don't see any of that happen with Apple.
Steel yourself.
And so it might be, in some rare situations, it might be very difficult, if not impossible, to get an install disk in some ways for iOS. Although I wonder what the internal like government rules are for iOS anyways. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of departments under the federal government say no, you can't have Apple products at all, just out of a weird principle.
Mankind's tenacity will exterminate you, vermin.
Do we want to evolve anything else? Do we want to evolve anything then?
You don't belong here. Didn't go well.
Time to pay the piper.
Go! Go!
We might as well just evolve.
Like this.
Let's see. Gamasutra has an article here. Riot Games has shut down the Sydney office and scrapped OPL Esports League. Riot is, I think, in part owned by Chinese companies, and so that Chinese might be upset with Australia, but there's probably many other reasons that this could happen, and jumping to that narrative is a little premature. The quote here is, unfortunately, despite the best efforts of our teams and players, the OPL has not met the goals for the league, and we do not believe the market is currently able to support the league in its current form. Which, okay. I imagine we will probably see a lot of that, because I think it was fairly obvious to a lot of people that the concept when the concept of
Still warm.
what does this do? Darn it.
Like this. Let's have a sweet time. Hey, check this out! What a banquet!
Yeah, I think esports was probably. Sorry, I went quiet there, and I'm just getting terrible. I'm getting so bad at this, so easily distracted. In part because I actually do like Shadowverse more than I did Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone. I'm not that burned out on it. I'm actually trying to win, actually trying to learn the cards. But yeah, what I was saying is esports, I think, very well were kind of scams, and people are now no longer in positions where they can can afford to push those scams forward. Alright.
Okay, this one's all me.
1,
Like
2,
tasty.
3. TechRaptor has an article. Genshin Impact censors the words Hong Kong and Singapore also, so you can't type them. Like, and inherently this is the problem, is you've got a big Chinese game here that looks very that looks like that is just the sweet poison apple, as it were, to try and push this Chinese national unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity narrative, which means China can just continue to expand and expand and take control of places they absolutely do not have control of now, and absolutely do not want to be under their control. Alright, which one of these? That's 0 damage. That can go.
Will it be crimson red?
It was an act of love.
So, yeah. Here you can see such as claims to Taiwan and the South China Sea, which the South China Sea is a lie. That's the Japan Sea. It's always been known as the Japan Sea because they are trying to acquire Japan too, and slowly they're claiming more and more of the sea between China and Japan, and then they're going to just straight up start claiming Japan. And then China's just going to keep on expanding. They're going to try and take all of India and all of the Asian Peninsula, and if they can get away with it, they would try and take Russia too, and they'll try to get all the Middle East, and they will just keep pushing and pushing, and they will claim half the ocean towards Hawaii, and then they'll start claiming Hawaii, and just over the course of perhaps hundreds of years, China's goal is to be Imperial China, one country for the entire world, in complete and total control. Not even that they're good at controlling the territory they even have now, but it is just an insane desire for more and more control. Whereas, arguably, there should probably be more countries being created and more separation, because it should be fairly easier to run a government nowadays with technological advances compared to hundreds of years ago, where you would need large armies and large Pony Express type mail carriers and things like that. And that's kind of where the idea of the United States of America comes from, is that there were 13 colonies originally that said, hey, we mostly want to have self-rule, but we want to get into a federal group of people, a United Nations, before there was a United Nations, that would work together for big goals. And at a certain point, the states tried to leave that group, and the Civil War happened, and the Civil War fairly proved, no, you couldn't leave the group. Which is, I guess, a great argument about never join a gang, kids, otherwise you'll end up in a civil war. But yeah, it was the right thing to do too, because had the federal United States during the Civil War allowed half of the countries to secede, it would have just boiled down to a brief period of of build up to conflict anyways. So that there would have been a war. It would have just then been a war against the North and the South. And more lives would have probably been lost had it been delayed. And inherently, I guess that is the argument you can make with China too, is that as we are continuously not addressing Chinese imperialism, and again, this is my personal political opinion, but I think you're pretty much not paying attention if you don't see it happening. In us trying to placate them and trying to convince them to stop these bad actions, we have not done anything but give them more time to build up more army, more weapons, when frankly there is just going to have to be a third world war. And I guess in the meantime, while we are placating China and not addressing it, the rest of the world is potentially also building up their resources, but that just once again boils down to a bigger war.
I know when I've lost.
Interesting. I thought for a second there that was her conceding. See, you can see Xbox UK here put it out, so I guess this is official. Official from Xbox UK. It's an official Xbox UK. How to switch to Xbox Series X from vertical to horizontal, and then an emoji for rotation. So here you have it horizontal, here you have it vertical. You can't take off the round thing. In both scenarios, if you rotate the Xbox or the PlayStation 5, you pretty much have to have it on top of a table so it can exhaust all of its heat out the right side of the device at that point. You can have nothing in between that. So you're not going to put it in the middle of a bookshelf. You're not going to put it on the left side of a bookshelf.
Hey, let's play.
So that is definitely another consideration to keep in mind.
By your will, O Lord.
No!
Speaking of kind of spicy posts, some weekend manager of YouTube, or YouTube creators, one of YouTube's channels, put up a post that really seemed to hurt the feelings of a lot of content creators, in that they were making fun of content creators for talking forever and then 15 minutes into the video then starting the video. And you know how YouTubers usually do the whole thing at the beginning where you please like and subscribe and share to all your friends and go and check out all my videos after you watch this, but make sure you watch all this video 2 or 3 times so we get more watch time. Let me go into this 5-minute speech and keep you distracted before we get to the actual thing that the video promises to tell you. Just that incredible meandering lacking of getting to the point. Like, YouTube making fun of that is completely unfair, considering how it is YouTube that created that and promotes that. It's YouTube's algorithm that says please do this. We love this.
Good to see you, my dear fairies.
If there was much heavier focus on satisfaction over watch time amongst YouTube viewers, all content creators would eventually get that message and would make shorter, more liked videos. Ideally, a lot of content creators should be making Instagram style videos that are just highly edited and highly polished. But if you make an Instagram style video, you don't get rewarded as much as somebody who makes a hour-long blog video, let's play video like PewDiePie. Now, of course, I make super long videos and nobody watches them, so there is a level of quality that still matters, but yeah, there needs to be kind of a balancing to that, certainly. And YouTube in particular has overemphasized watch time way more than it should been. It should not be a goal that you inherently just want people to spend 16 hours a day on YouTube watching YouTube content. Ideally, you want them to watch ads, and you're not directly addressing the idea of getting more ad views just by keeping people on the platform. There's the Instagram style videos would be potentially a better source for showing ads if you can get the quality there. Like one ad and then a 3-minute video, then another ad and another 3-minute video shows a lot more ads than one ad on a 1-hour video at the beginning and another ad at the 30-minute mark. Of course, YouTube is greedy on every single side of the argument because they are also automatically putting ads in everybody's videos every 10 minutes or so. So they are just trying to get as many ads as possible, to the point where people are eventually going to figure out ways to just stop watching ads on YouTube without paying YouTube Premium, because I think on principle nobody's going to pay for YouTube Premium.
Hey, let's play. Yeah. No. Yeah.
I wonder if there would have been a faster way to win this. Moving on, we have a game called Mind Strife, which is just Minesweeper for $3.99. That's clearly not worth that amount of money. Komatsu has the Famitsu review scores this week. So F1 2020 got 32 out of 40. Ghost Parade for the PS4 and Switch got 29 out of 40. Yori wo Soku Hana for the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch got 33 out of 40. I am assuming that is this RPG dungeon crawling looking game is what that is. And then WWE 2K Battlegrounds for PS4, Xbox One, and Switch got 31 out of 40. What's interesting here is we're seeing things actually being labeled as Xbox One, which might be the beginnings of some small indication that Japan might be interested in the new Xbox, in the new Xboxes. The sales still clearly show that there's less than 100 Xbox Ones that get sold in an average week in Japan, but maybe people don't like the giant PlayStation 5s so much that they would be consider getting the smaller Series X. And for Japan in particular, you do have this kind of wonderful system you can do where you can release the Xbox Series X and the Xbox Series S as if it is just a brand new series from a brand new company as a brand new product, and you don't have to really have as much confusion about the older models because the older models basically don't exist in Japan.
I did it! I won!
And yeah, we're still about an hour away. We can get one mission in 6 minutes, and then 50 minutes for the third mission, then an hour and 44 minutes. Ideally, if I was just gonna goof around with ensuring that I only play when I have missions, I would have streamed much later tonight, but I don't see any reason to do that. I'm still liking a lot of this art. But the reason I'm liking a lot of this art is because it's lewd anime characters. That they aren't super lewd though. This is still no Destiny child. Where honestly, Destiny Child would be probably a great excuse. If we started to get to a point where there was just a ton of video game news and I just needed to focus all on video game news, getting Destiny Child through some emulator to run on my PC and just automatically run itself would be a nice screensaver effect, basically, to show off lewd anime characters. Although that YouTube may not like it because they sometimes do show a little bit more skin than any of these slightly censored images in the global version of Shadowverse have. The images aren't censored much in Shadowverse though. Yeah, they're fine. Moving on, Gamma Sutra has Grisaya Phantom Trigger Volume 5 coming to Switch on November 19th. Yep.
Oh, come on!
Let us learn about magic.
I'm still trying to tweak my modifications to Twitter, but all my other pages are very well modified at this point to remove distractions. So here we have a game on Steam called High School Memories, which is kind of a soft animation styles. So we're going through it. Here we have a case where once again the characters are in school uniforms, which generally that's a fairly wide range in Japan between effectively junior high and college kids. But for a brief time, no, I would say for almost half a year, Steam seemed to inherently think that anybody in a uniform was under 18 and banned the games on that idea. I think they've gotten enough pushback and they were relying on a misunderstanding of a Redmond, Washington law, which they were leaning heavily on intentionally to ban this. The animation here doesn't look particularly great though. It's English, no full audio. It's $11.99. This is a visual novel worth skipping.
May the forest be at peace.
Do this, this,
Hey,
and
let's
this,
play. Let's play.
and then evolve.
You're done for. Fairies,
Let's see
don't
what
push
this one
yourselves
does.
too hard. Help me, fairies.
There will be no homework.
There, that was another thing I would point out in Tech Raptor's clickbait article about adult content is during the 80s and 90s there was a fairly consistent number of like strip poker games, both that had more Western focused images but also had the 80s and 90s anime style of drawing. So there is definitely blind spots there, major blind spots, and sadly I might be the closest thing to an expert as far as adult content in video games. I imagine there are plenty of other people that could try and challenge me if they wanted to be video game critics, but
Fairies,
yeah,
help me, fairies.
these games existed. They were just kind of under, for lack of a better term, a conspiracy, a shadow conspiracy, where anyone who enjoyed adult video games just agreed to keep it behind the curtain, not talk about it in public, trade it around in their friends groups. It's kind of like swingers clubs and fetish clubs and things. It's just, these aren't things that you're going to bring out to the public and put in mainstream movies, and you're not going to try and put it in front of the face of people who don't want to see it or who are too young or to see that kind of content. So yeah, there's a There's been plenty of stuff. This.
Not one for pranks.
And then this.
Let's play. This ends here. I'm so sparkly. Yeah.
Just gonna hit this, 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 and that. Wow, I'm moving so slowly. Next we have a game on the Steam called Anime Match Memory. Seems like these are probably stolen anime girls. And a pretty awful mobile phone port of Match. I've never seen Match be so terribly designed for 79 cents. That is awful. I'm a little surprised there aren't more match games, memory games, card match games, as many games inside of bigger games, but I think it's because it either becomes way too complicated and way too long if it's a big amount of cards, and then it becomes way too simplistic and way too boring if it's a small number of cards. So, and I think that is probably the problem with a lot of the potential mini games that could exist.
My strength was too much.
Let's go and hit this.
I'll be taking my
And
leave.
this. And this.
Oh no.
And then 1 and 2.
Let's play.
Moving on, we have a Gamatsu article. The Idolmaster Starlight season has been delayed to 2021, and the full idol lineup has been shown. So here you can see a lot of anime, J-pop Idolmaster characters that will be in the game at some point. Although it is potentially questionable, just as cyclical as the Japanese are as far as their fandom, I wouldn't be surprised if Idolmaster isn't even popular by the time of 2021. That there's been a slight increase in a consistent fandom in Japan, but not a lot. Like, usually people are just done with something after it's aired in Japan, or the anime is aired and they've moved on to the next thing. At the moment, not a lot of anime is airing in Japan, so who knows what they will stick with. I'm a little surprised I haven't heard news of them like re-airing some older content. Like, it wouldn't be crazy for them to bring back like the original Sailor Moon or Astro Boy, put that on TV. I guess in general I should just stick with Forcecraft until we get Forcecraft to the max level, and then at that point it'll just be pretty much forbidden to play Forcecraft any further, and I'll have to find some other deck that actually succeeds. Moving on, we have a Gamma Sutra article. There is a report that the Call of Duty publisher Activision Blizzard is going to shut down the French office. I could see couple different reasons for that. The French unions and French workers in general tend to be a pain. Activision Blizzard itself tends to be they tend to be Activision Blizzard. I wouldn't be surprised if they got bought by Microsoft fairly quickly. And there's a certain logic to that, certainly. If Microsoft bought Activision and Blizzard and fired all the management of Activision and re-released a bunch of old Activision games remastered, there's a decent lineup of products there that I think people would be interested in. They originally planned to move half of their Versailles team to London, but have decided to shut down the site after those plans fell through due to Brexit and COVID-19. The office, among other things, handled marketing, customer service, and localization, and employed 400 people around as of early 2019. So, in an update here, they're saying it's being reorganized to better leverage the talent, expertise, and scale, which basically means, yeah, they're sort of shutting it down, but they're going to keep a couple of people around to just prove people that they aren't actually shutting it down. But as an actual gamer, this news, once you dig into it, doesn't seem like it's important information at all, because the team in that office was not apparently ever actually touching video games other than to localize them, I imagine, for Europe. So that really isn't going to affect anything. Who is this character? Kiyomi Shirasake. Next, we have an article from Gamma Sutra. Tilting Point acquires Terra Genesis from Edgeworks Entertainment, which is a mobile and PC development. I'm not sure if it actually is a game that's out. No, I haven't heard of either of those games, so it's hard to know if any of that information really is relevant. Okay, this evolve here.
You're done for. This is the only way out of the. That's strange.
Do this.
Can I haunt you too?
And then
Help me, fairies.
1,
I'm gonna
2,
rest for a bit.
3,
Sand in my eyes.
and that.
The things I do for fashion.
Seems like I'm probably gonna lose here.
Heretics deserve no mercy.
What does this card do?
Not forgive.
You look kind of haunted. No, you're strong.
Probably should keep it somewhat fairy tale, so let's just start over here and play some Portalcraft. I don't feel like I've played Portalcraft in a while. TechRaptor has a passport bug that's preventing players from using titles. Okay. I'm sure that is interesting to people who are playing Animal Crossing. I'm not one of those people. There is kind of an argument that when I actually look at
Activate. Enhance. Fire.
when I actually look at the lineup for the Nintendo Switch, the number of games I actually want to play is kind of small for potentially spending $250 or more to own a Nintendo Switch. We have a game on Steam here called Forest Problems, which just looks like a platformer in which you're trying to collect acorns. Very generic for $3.99. English only. Do this.
Behold the power.
And then return.
Guns speak. You just gotta listen.
And then the last game we have right now is a game on Steam called The Unreal Story, which looks like it's an asset flip Unreal content game for $14.99. English, allegedly full audio. Yeah, the screenshots would load. I could show that, but not even sure it's necessary to show that. And that's pretty much it. So at this point, yeah, this is just an asset flip game. At this point, I'm going to want to bring in a different window, and we'll come back and look at the Twitter and we'll come back and look at Twitter and the Humble Bundle later. Artifact follower. Nope. Don't own an artifact follower.
Gotta reload.
And so I'm here at the M's working backwards, I believe, through my follow list. And generally we're just looking at these and trying to see a couple things. Is there an actual game here that matters? Is there a game here that I want to play? See, this is a slightly mathematical twist on tile sliding, but I don't think it really changes the gameplay anyways to have the numbers on that. It's just selling for 99 cents. It's English. It has 40 achievements. It's probably an achievement game. It looks just too much like a single screen white background Unity game, so that's an easy one to remove from the follow list. And yeah, most of them have been fairly easy. But there have been a couple that I've seen and kind of agonized over. See, here we have one that doesn't have a lot of reviews. It's not really over the 30 limit to be relevant. It came out in 2019, so anything 2019 or earlier has had at least 10 months to be out. Miracle Mia. It potentially looks like it's a beat 'em up game, but it does kind of look like it's all over the place too. And inherently the problem while I'm streaming that I wasn't gonna have in previous is that I had this on my big monitor so I could read it better. $5.99, English only. It's rated E for everyone. I don't think there's enough of a game here to justify $5.99. And if we look at like this developer, we can see that they haven't done anything else, which that doesn't help anything. This and this.
Begin.
And this.
Big trouble now.
Just have to put that on the field. Yeah, I'm agonizing over this game way more than I should. I should just remove it. There's plenty of other games that are platformer hack and slash games. This looks nice in a few screenshots, but it also seems like it's missing pretty much any kind of actual interface or health or anything. No heads-up display, which probably means that the fighting sequences are fairly short, and I bet there's a little bit more of cutscenes or conversation scenes. And I guess what I'll have to do is I'll just have to move forward, because I can't summon up enough of a confidence while streaming and only half paying attention to just eliminate a game like that when I probably would have been willing to do that. Which brings us to the next game, a game called Muriel Saga, which looks like a visual novel slash 3D Persona clone. But honestly, I don't think it's been out for a year. It's got like 2 reviews. It's still early access. So I guess I could bend over backwards and leave this on early access. But I also suspect this is one of those games that will just forever be in early access. I've been fairly critical when doing this off screen, and clearly my opinions shift when I'm doing this off screen and paying attention to it 100%. But I've been fairly critical of things that have been in early access since the beginning of the year, because with a year like 2020, nobody's gonna really come back and finish a project if with all that struggle. I just don't think that's gonna happen. Here's an easy choice. We have The Misadventures of Laura Silver, which looks like it's a mystery visual novel. It's rated very positively. I can just go ahead and put that in the wish list. $7.99, English, Turkish, Spain, Spanish. I have not been considering price. I don't think when considering what our game should be on the wish list, price should be considered, because price will be considered again when there's actually a sale on. It's very possible. I even found a couple of games that at one time were selling for $5 and they're just straight free. I also ran into plenty of games that are just been completely delisted by Steam, and I've been let's see. Can we do this? This on the field first. Like you can kind of tell some games have been removed at the request of the creators, but their page listings are still up. Some games literally are still on the follow list, but when you click on the link, they don't take you. They take you to the front page of Steam, which. There's room for improvement on that system, certainly. Here we have a game called Miscreation, Evolve Your Creation. You can see it's mixed, which means I don't really have to look at it too much to go, nope. Let's see. If you're getting mixed reviews after a year of being out, that's the impression you have. I imagine this cloud Gaia-like creature probably caught my attention, but the rest of this looks fairly roughly animated. I definitely gave some decent opportunities to some things that didn't really deserve as many opportunities as it should have.
You were done for.
Okay. See if we can actually win here.
I've said my last prayer.
Death pounce!
Stop!
Next we have a game on Steam here called Missing Children, which is rated very positively. It doesn't seem like it is in early access anymore. It's English and Japanese. This looks to me like it's a horror walking simulator type game, but good enough for the wish list. There's 2 fetish games that were on the fall list, and I don't know if I put them on the wish list just because I've been fairly willing to put adult content on the wish list I don't know if I'd ever cover it or how I'd ever cover it, but these two specific ones had just asset flipped characters. One of them had asset flipped characters running around, and then you would catch them and tie them up in bondage outfits, and it really was just for the fetish imagery there. The other one had a anime girl tied to her bed, and you were tickling her to keep her from being possessed by a evil spirit, but then they turned it into a real game where the evil spirit actually would appear and potentially in the game if you didn't deal with the evil spirit. So it seemed like an odd combination of having two masters, as it were. Frankly, I would have just preferred that it had been a cheap game where you just tie up an anime girl and tickle her, and then they could have focused on the animation there better. I'm not sure I'd put either one of those on the wish list though, because at the core of them, the only reason I would even play those games is because they're a joke. And we've seen this with like the game Super Kinky, where that's just like a joke game that is selling on the fact that it's full of sex. I don't really have anything I can say or do with that information, so it's kind of pointless.
I cannot pray to the gods for this.
It's kind of pointless to try and expand or try to have a game like that and cover it.
Stop that already.
It's like trying to review a porno that's like 5 minutes long. There's not a lot you can say other than it exists as a thing. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Missing Time, which is a 2020 game, or it is a... I'll have to be more careful to make sure this actual one isn't tagged with me. This is a 2020 game, I think, so I'm going to give it more time to see what reviews happen. But at a certain point, I think I probably will have to do a wishlist cleanup in 3 or 4 years and just say, hey, where do I feel like we are as far as the state of the number of adult games on the wish list. Am I ever gonna cover any of them? Do I really need them there?
Would you stop that already?
There we go. Next we have a game just called MMA Arena. We can see it's mixed, unfortunately. $6.99 English full audio. It's a shame. This was like a card-based MMA game, and I thought, well, you might have an idea there, but clearly enough people didn't like it early enough for it to have a chance of sprouting. Okay. What can we do?
Don't give up.
Like, you hit this.
Did I not pray hard enough?
And then you hit this. And then you hit that.
I envy you.
See, next we have a game on the fall list called Mobbler, which is rated very positively. Looks like it's a platforming game. Looks fairly simplistic, but interesting enough. It's free to play though, so is it a student project? Yeah, it's a student project, and that's why. So I'm just putting student projects on the wish list. There we got 30 gold.
I pray that you will be freed from suffering.
From, I guess, a chest. That's where I assume we got that gold from. Bloodcraft or Portalcraft victories now. I was finally able to get the story done. Let's go ahead and replace this. 2 ranked wins of any kind. Okay. So now I just have a little bit more work. We'll try the unlimited bloodcraft anyways, but so yeah, there's 3 more character stories I need to do, plus that one final battle that I'm still having a lot of trouble trying to figure out a way to win. And once that's done, I'll have done all the stories and maybe make an addendum to Shadowverse as far as the story mode as one video. I should do that, but I might just conveniently forget about doing it.
Bow to me, fool.
Shadowverse is just going to constantly add more content and more story anyway, so me doing an addendum video 6 months to a year later doesn't really change much. Next we have a game on Steam called Model Railway Easily. This is one of those examples of me having 4 or 5 games that are very similar, in this case tabletop railway model railroad kits, and putting them all on the fault list, hoping that one of them will be good. In this case you can see it's mixed, so this is not the one that's good, but I think I had seen a couple that were good enough to either leave on the follow list or put on the wish list. Mostly I'm trying to get things to leave the follow list one way or the other. Otherwise I'm not really doing anything. In this case this is a 2020 game and it deserves more time. Arguably I think my standards are going to be very unfair this year because I'm very cruelly cutting off anybody that released a game in 2019 and saying, in my assumption, that if you didn't release your game in fullness in 2020, the pandemic and everything else that happened in 2020 reduces the chance of you ever finishing your game. On the other hand, it's something listed in 2020, I'm going to probably bend the other direction and say, well, actually, since 2020 was so awful, I would be willing to give you a full year instead of 6 months before I eliminate you from the fall list. Which also, the fall list is getting so reduced in size that that's a very doable concept. Here we have a game called Moloch Synthes, which looks like it's some kind of puzzle molecule game. It's rated very positively. It's $9.99, English only. So I'm going to put it on the follow list, on the wish list in this case. Let's see. Just end the turn there. There's a couple of molecular puzzle games that I had my eyes on, and at a certain point, that's really where the wish list is boiling down to. Is that there's sometimes 2 or 3 of the same type of games, and once I play one of them, that will be the maximum number of that type of game I'd ever like to cover in my life. So it is very possible that I get one game off the wish list on sale, play it, cover it, then go back and look at the wish list and say, actually I don't want to play this. Fighting games definitely are in that category. JRPG games are definitely in that category. There's a lot of opportunity for stuff like that to happen. Let's do this. Do this. And do this.
Beauty must be preserved.
Breach of contract, huh?
Good draw.
Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam here called Money Loves Silence. That came out in 2020, so we'll give it some more time. I should probably eliminate the ones that are 2020 first. Here we have one called Monophobia, which is 2019 and just doesn't have any relevancy. You can see there's 5 user reviews from December of 2019. You can see that 2 of them are negative. So, yeah, this is probably a visual, interesting concept as far as a visual puzzle that just doesn't get polished and implemented well enough. 2 enemy followers.
The drunken dream must end. So you have chosen.
Just go ahead and bulb this. It's kind of a shame when you have something like this where it looks slightly different and interesting, but at a certain point it's just not relevant, and these screenshots can be fairly deceptive too, so you just never really know if something like this actually is worth playing.
To desire transformation.
And I'm just not really in a position to be a canary in the coal mine, as it were, for every single game that exists. Let's see, here we have a game on Steam called Monster Crown that has a level of visual polish on it, even though it's 8-bit. It does look like an RPG, and generally I would just ignore it because it's an RPG, but it's rated very positively, but it's early access too, so you need to wait. And it would probably be very easy to check that first before I start talking about it. Game.
The night will be stained in blood.
There we go. This next game is tagged nudity. Monster Girl Island Prologue. I feel like I either accidentally put this on the follow list or I put it on the follow list to see if the game would get removed from Steam. There definitely has been 1 or 2 adult only games, or just adult in nature games that I've seen that have been listed for long enough that it seems like they aren't just going to immediately get removed. But it is very possible that some of the games that did get removed were removed specifically because they were adult in nature.
How about we have some fun?
Monster Girl Island Prologue, for instance, has definitely monster girls, and at least one of the characters in the screenshot seems to be slightly shorter. But it's kind of hard to tell if any of them really would fall anywhere close to being moe or young looking. No, not really. There's an anime where monster girls exist, and that is almost certainly what this is spoofing. But I don't know. Yeah, this was June 2019 when this demo came out, and no actual game ever came out since then. Which is weird because it's free as a demo. Let's see.
You have a good eye.
This is my home. Or my food. No one else has to know. No.
I don't know how this guy keeps restoring his health. Next we have a game on Steam called Monster League. This looks like it came out in 2018. I can't quite read the text. And it definitely seems like it's just a Rocket League clone / Mario Kart game. It's positive, but I don't know if those numbers are high enough to give relevancy. And I'm also being fairly careful about making sure that there's a single player game here. Yeah, this is early access. At this point, early access still since October 2018. The odds of this game ever being finished are low. 7-7 award.
Come on! I want to see those smiles!
Just gonna end the turn there.
I shall give birth to a new world.
I think I've just lost. Yep. A monster, like Universal Monster style Mario Kart racing game is a decent thought. But
Tough crowd.
there definitely are some things that need more work. I'm gonna totally lose here.
Hey, I get really angry. Fight 'em real good. You are a total brat. I am so not gonna lose next time. Continue to believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose here. For sure, sure. Next we have Metro Exodus.
I lost.
I imagine there's just enough relevancy here. I went through a lot of the Battlefield games, and if they were positive, I put them on the wish list. If they were negative, I took them off the wish list. I think for a lot of first-person shooter games, that's really where this is going to go. As far as the Metro series, that is a slightly different game than just Battlefield, certainly, but it's relevant enough. You can see it's very positive. It came out in February of 2019, and clearly I needed a little bit more time to think about it. Does that mean at some point in the future I'll play Metro Exodus? Not inherently. Like, does that mean I'll at some point play any of the Battlefield games? Not inherently. But the opportunity is there, I guess. If somebody wants to gift me those games, and then I would feel slightly more obliged to cover those games. I think particularly in the Battlefield series, there isn't really a consistent through line or storyline that happens from like Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 2, so I think there's probably a great opportunity to not play all of those. Next we have a game on Steam here called Metro Sim Hustle, which is rated very positively, but to me it kind of feels like it's some weird, like, it seems like it's a weird combination of different games and maybe asset flips. Yeah, I cannot tell what it is. It's 2019, it's early access. That's enough for me though to get rid of it, even though it's rated very positively. I feel like sometimes you get these very positive reviews also, and it's just astroturfing. And yeah, visually that game does not look interesting to me, regardless of what other people say, so at a certain point I need to consider that also, and just say, hey, if this doesn't look like anything I would ever like, why am I bowing to the will of the people at that point, when I already have my own opinion. Next we have a game on Steam here called Meeting Tower, which I'm not sure why this RPG. is being listed here on the Whitfall list. Other than there's this a wall creature. Maybe I thought that was kind of a funny concept of somebody having a wall creature as a companion.
Can I interest you in reasonably priced souls?
Time to dance!
It would be a pleasure to instruct you.
Next we have a game on Steam called Midnight Evil, which looks like it's a horror game for $9.99, English full audio. It's from February of 2019 and it has not enough reviews to be relevant, and by the looks of the screenshots that will load, it's really nothing here. I wish these specific pages would preload and nothing else. Maybe there's some way to do that, but I don't know how. There we go. Just get rid of some of the worst, some of the best cards ever.
Need a loan?
So yeah, Midnight Evil. Not got anything to show. So get rid of that.
You are done for.
Sorry.
Here we have Mighty Gunvolt Burst. At this point, I think this should be on the wish list. It's very positive, and the Mighty Gunvolt and Gunvolt series does seem like it is a series that mentally has just kind of come out of nowhere, because I hadn't heard of it before, but obviously it either has grown a very large fan base or it's managed to release at least enough games.
I won't stop singing until there's world peace.
So yeah, we'll put Mighty Gunvolt Burst. Then here we have a horror visual novel called Milk Inside a Bag of Milk Inside of a Bag of Milk, which
It won't be long now.
visually this looks pretty bad.
Shining Paladin, attack!
Yeah, I don't think I want to play a horror visual novel for 99 cents even that's supports English and Russian, first of all, and that's a red flag, but also just the colors here look awful. And if I am going to play something that looks like that, there's one that's black and white, like a Junji Ito manga. So why wouldn't I create that instead?
Want to play?
Yeah.
There's no as my guitar jelly beats.
So milk inside of a bag, milk inside of a bag. Can you leave? You gotta wait. Play this on the ninth turn? I don't see a reason to.
Hey, how's everyone doing tonight?
Here we have Million Arthur Arcana Blood. It's mostly positive. It's a fighting game. It probably wouldn't be one of the fighting games I would play, but honestly, playing maybe some of the weirder, lesser known fighting games, and this is being a sword fighting game, might feel a little bit different. I really probably won't have much to say one direction or the other playing any fighting game, so I could see a decent argument against not bothering to play things like Street Fighter. Because I don't even have a lot of history of playing Street Fighter. So I'm just gonna be a noob to it. Which, that's acceptable to me, to do something new. But if I'm going to do something new, then I might as well show off some new game too.
It would be a pleasure to instruct you.
Here we have a game called Mini Gal 4XY,
Let us settle this with honor.
which looks like a cell phone game.
The world carries on.
Or they're saying it's a strategy game, but I can't see anything that even explains how it actually plays. Seems like you just move from one direction to another direction, and then you get resources, and then from the resources you unlock abilities, and on occasional you have very turn-based fights. This is $3.99, English and French. It is positive, but it's just not relevant enough. Like, this is one of those kinds of games that would have to have blown up and had at least 100 reviews to settle my concerns.
Lands of wonder, lands of marvels. You're too strong.
Here we have a game called Mini Motor Racing X. I'm looking at a lot of these racing games and saying if they are just on tracks, I'm probably not very interested in them. This one, I think I will leave on the fall list because there's a decent... It looks decent, and I think this is a 2020 game, and it has some positive reviews. Alright, 51 minutes until the next daily missions would start. Otherwise we need to evolve more and win 2 matches, ideally. And at a certain point here, we're just going to have to call it. So I think once we're done with the M's, maybe a letter after M's, we're going to have to call this, because clearly I need to do a lot of this off screen. I need to play a little bit of this Shadowverse off screen, certainly, but I also need to just do the follow list cleanup. It's still way better for me to do it mostly off screen though, because previously I've done a follow list cleanup where I was going through every single letter and it was taking 2 or 3 hours for every single letter. We did enough where that was no longer necessary in the first cleanup of the follow list, so I don't think there will ever be a case where the follow list will just be so incredibly long. There was a big difference between having a follow list that included basically every game that caught my eye that had ever been released on Steam, and cleaning up the follow list now, which is just things that came out in 2019 or 2020. There's probably less than 1,000 games that would have caught my eye in a year and a half and been on the follow list. I'm still mostly leaving VR things. I could probably get rid of this since this is VR. I'm not sure if they're, and because it's early access, more because it's early access than it's VR. I'm not sure I want to though, because I'm not sure there is another VR putt-putt game. I don't think I've seen one. So it might really come back down to a point where I need to see something better, and sometimes that definitely happens where we'll see games and I'll know that I've seen better, or that I have better on the wish list, or better versions of those games that I've already bought. So we have Ministry of Law, which is rated very positively, but I'm not sure it looks like a game I want to play. That's why it was on the follow list a lot of times too. English full audio.
We're gonna really fly now.
Stream on!
Cutting across.
So yeah, looking at these screenshots, it just kind of looks like a side-scroll shooter. Perhaps there was something RoboCop-ish, or like I'm not even a big fan of RoboCop. I don't think I'm a fan of it at all, really. I don't hate it as a series, but maybe Blade Runner-ish. I feel like I've seen better versions of this type of game, though, and this type of story, so I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna be a little bit more critical. Let's see. Next, we have Ministry of Broadcast, which is rated very positively, which looks like it is a pixel platformer. It's rated very positive. $14.99. That's really expensive, but I don't look at prices. Yeah, it's a reality TV show where you're having to escape for your life platforming. This is the kind of game that might be a little too frustrating for me, but that's not a good enough reason in my mind to not put it on the wish list. Like I am by default trying to get rid of anything that is a major frustration platformer like Super Meat Boy. Like I don't have any desire to play anything else after I rage quit basically playing Super Meat Boy.
Time to head home.
Let's see. +1 until the end of the turn. And deal 2 damage.
Stream on!
Well, this bears further study.
There's a lot more where that came from.
Think I reached enlightenment?
Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Minotaur, which
I travel in search
seems
of
to
the
be a point-and-click adventure, and it looks like it's fairly nicely animated. Unfortunately, it's September 9th, 2019 when it was released, and it's still in early access. And I generally don't read why early access, but it does seem like a lot of times they will just say, hey, this is being made by one person, and I had kids, and I'm not going to be able to finish this game, or I have very little motivation to finish this game. Inherently, this is the one example where you can make a good argument for a work-for-hire type business model where a person is just an employee and the corporation actually owns the art and creation, and they can hire somebody else out to finish the project when somebody gets bored and gives up on it. That being said, though, I don't think there is a actual valid argument to say you should be able to take the creative endeavors of an artist or a human being, any human being, all humans are artists, and then give it to a corporation who is just going to bastardize it but make sure that it's in some form of a sellable product. Like, at the end of the day, the question boils down to, does society want finished sellable products? And capitalists probably would say yes to that at all costs. Or does society want pure artistic expressions from creators? And when you're the one creating, I think it's fairly obvious that you want pure artistic creations, even if that does inherently mean a lot of your creations are going to be left on the cutting room floor. But yeah, as a consumer, from the consumer perspective, things like this game that are just in early access and probably going to be in early access forever can be fairly frustrating. And at a certain point, it's just Steam's fault. The storefront itself opened up the door to early access and did not put in any kind of limitations or rules to say, hey, your game can't be in early access for a year straight. This is also simplified Chinese and Russian, so that is also suspect. Yeah, to use some terminology from Among Us, simplified Chinese is sus, Russian is sus. I probably used that wrong. There's a decent chance I used that wrong, but yeah, I think that does make an argument that Minotaur should leave. I don't want to end up having to do a follow list cleanup next year and having a ton of things in 2021 that were still in early access from 2019. Next we have a game on Steam called Myra, which looks like it was a point-and-click adventure, but it's mixed. So I think its first impression has already been bad enough, English and Polish. At a certain point, I probably have been too generous in the thought that maybe games would release in a bad format and then fix it, but honestly that's not really ever happened. It's unrealistic. If your first impression is bad, they usually just abandon it, which kind of stinks for things like this, which is Mech Extermination Force, which is mixed. This looked very interesting, and Giant Bomb actually tried to hype this game. This is kind of a great example of how websites like Giant Bomb tend to just randomly pick games, or pick games that their friends made, and then the actual reaction from actual gamers is way different. This is a boss rush of giant robots, and it looks like it would have been interesting, but yeah, you can see game doesn't launch. Can't recommend it. Negative, negative, negative. Like, all the reviews are negative that are being shown to me, and I haven't done anything to filter just to negative reviews. Here's an idea. Meditation VR. On one hand, having to have a VR headset to meditate is a ridiculous concept. On the other hand, having a cheap product that just was free to play that was sitting on a beach in VR does kind of make sense. So this is a 2020 product, and I'm going to leave it on the follow list for that reason, but honestly, as an early access product, it probably could have worked as is anyways. That is a line of thinking that I never actually am willing to consider, is that it's possible an early access product is really just a finished product, and they just have not removed early access because they're perfectionists. But at a certain point, if the creator of a game is telling me it's unfinished, then I have to assume him to be being truthful. Here we have the Mega Man Zero ZX Legacy Collection. I feel like this was probably reviewed worse when it first launched, but it seems like people like it now. $29.99, English full on you. Yeah, there's really no reason why I wouldn't want to potentially own all the Mega Man games, even if I'm just gonna very briefly play all of them and then give up, which is definitely a possibility.
Mana, come forth. I watch over the course of history for the sake of the future.
You'll all see.
Can't evolve anything more.
You'll all see.
Next we have a game on Steam called Megaland 11, which is rated positive. It's a 2020 game. It probably needs some updates. It's worth mentioning too that there's plenty of games out here on Steam that never go in early access but are still fairly consistently putting out updates and adding more content. Like, early access is a kind of pointless term at this point, where it really just is used to dodge criticism of your game not being worth the price you're charging, regardless of the state of your game. Nobody has ever complained that they got a version 1.0 of a game and then 6 weeks later they got a version 1.5 update. Well, some people have complained about that if the update is particularly bad, but most people don't have that experience.
This match is mine.
Strike twice.
See. This one will do a ton of damage on the 9th turn. Next we have a game on Steam called Mecha Bolt, which looks like a platforming game. Platforming puzzle game. $4.99, bunch of languages. Looks good enough. Maybe it isn't quite relevant enough, and maybe after playing all the Shantae games, I won't really have any desire to play something like this. There is definitely some weirdness on things that look like they're NES or Super NES games or Game Boy games, but I'll be generous and put that on the wish list.
Shall I walk with you along your fated path?
Okay.
You don't stand a chance. Your end has been foretold.
Then go ahead and kill that. This will do 8 damage, so we'd still need to do 8 damage before that point. Next we have a game here called Melt Bits World, which came out December 2019 and has like no reviews, and it looks very, very polished, and yet it got no attention whatsoever. There might be a decent argument that Steam PC gamers just don't want to play something that looks like this. Looks kind of like a cell phone game, looks kind of like a path game, like a kid's game.
It's impossible to change
It's $14.99, bunch of languages. Price almost certainly affected that too. It's only gone down to $8.99 in its entire history since December of 2019. So yeah, I'm gonna remove that, even though there is a decent amount of polish there.
Behold the true form of this world.
Okay.
No way!
Yeah, I'm just gonna
How
lose.
did I lose?
We're still having struggles, certainly, just to play unlimited or rotation and get victories, to the point where I really can only play Fairycraft, and it seems like, depending on the time of day, sometimes I can win with Fairycraft, and a lot of times I can't. Let's see. Next we have a game here called Mimody Syndril song, which seems to be like an attempt at a music game, but it's got a level of weirdness to it that while I kind of like it, also seems like it is just probably trying to hide a lack of an ability to draw. It's $9.99. Came out December 2019, which putting a game out in December is a pretty bad choice. Yeah, I just feel like this is too much of a rhythm game for my style and too much of an irrelevant game to put on the wish list, so that's gotta go. Next we have a game called Memora, M-E-M-O-R-R-H2R. It kind of looks like The Witness, kind of like a puzzle game. And we saw several of those, or found several of these after The Witness. Either they listed on Steam before The Witness came out, or they were after. But you can see this is mixed and a bunch of languages, and yeah. Almost certainly people are going to say the puzzles are too hard. Or that the game is incredibly short. Like, that is the problem with puzzle games, is that you really have to invest a lot of effort and time to have a massive amount of puzzles. And if it's a single person who doesn't have like venture capitalist backing or publisher backing, then you're just not going to be able to do it. Even Abduction, which relatively speaking had very few puzzles, had a team of at least 10 people. I think I saw 10 people there that worked on the puzzles in some part to really have something to offer. Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called Memory Eater, which looks like it's a gross horror game. And there's a lot of these. Unfortunately, this one doesn't have any relevancy, and so I don't see a way I can put that on the wish list. Plus, I don't need a ton of gross horror, gory games, since I try to mostly keep those within the Halloween month or the potential of returning second Halloween month, which I'll have to decide whether I want to play more horror games and upload videos somewhere around February or March for like a second Halloween. Kind of just depends on how slow I am to get videos uploaded and scheduled in the first place. Okay, well.
You are done for.
There's no time for you slow. Too slow.
This is our way out.
No one gets past me.
This is our way out.
No one gets past me.
I've got them down to 8. Next we have a game on Steam here called Mercenaries VR, which this is a 2020 VR game, so I'll leave that on the fall list.
Too slow.
It won't be long now.
Rally, comrades! This is our way out.
You wouldn't.
No one gets past
you
me.
Wouldn't.
This is
There we
our
go.
way out.
An exemplary battle.
If people are gonna just let me win, though, I would ideally like to win by quick disconnects instead of other ways. See, this is a main story and practice mission. Ooh. So if I get one more ranked match here, then I would have to do main story practice missions anyways, which that kind of works. Why I got a main story and practice mission, I don't know, but whatever. Next we have a game on Steam here called Merchant of the Skies, which does seem like it's a merchant trading game, trading sim. It's rated very positively. Bunch of languages. I think that means it goes to the wish list, even though it is kind of a weird genre of games. It's not anything terrible. I'd hate to give money to Konami, but in all honesty, Phantom Pain, if somebody was to gift me the Phantom Pain, I'd be willing to play it. Am I going to go back and play all of the Metal Gear Solid series? No. Not really. I don't think all of it is on PC or Steam, but yeah, I would be willing to potentially play it for a while. Although, in all fairness, the Phantom Pain is also probably a pretty grindy game, and so I would try to rush through it as much as possible. And I probably would read like a walkthrough to just experience the game as quickly as possible. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam here called Metal Unit, which is a platforming gunner game. Platforming shooter game. It's rated very positively. It's early access. It's 2020, so we're not ready yet to put that on the wish list. I don't want early access games on the wish list, even though they can be filtered out fairly easily, and I do know that. It's just kind of pointless, though, to make that mental determination to say, hey, I want to buy this and it's on my wish list because of that, but actually I don't want to buy this because it's not out yet. So I may be using the follow list and wish list differently than the way Steam intends, which I would argue I'm not sure Steam even knows how it intends for the wish list and follow list to be used, but it works for me. Next we have a game on Steam here called Metaloid Origin, which is a slightly more pixely platformer shooting game. But it's positive. It's from 2019. I think there's probably enough of an argument here for this. And then at the very beginning, you have these characters that they zoom in on and show you for a brief second, and they're in the thumbnail, but then you apparently never actually see them otherwise. Okay.
Time to dance.
This.
Too slow.
Yes.
A prime
Nice.
Is that a human?
Yeah, hearing the voice lines of this Cloud character being afraid of humans, that does explain his abilities somewhat more. So yeah, I'll put Metaloid Origin on the wish list. Next we have a game on Steam called Metaphobia, which looks like a point and click adventure that's rated very positive. It's free, so I'm gonna put it on the wish list. Now, at a certain point, free games, there's not a lot of reason for me to cover them. They could be at some point a backup if I just ran out of money, but in all fairness, if I ran out of money for games, I probably ran out of money to feed myself too, so at that point I probably shouldn't be spending effort making YouTube videos. Although I suppose many would argue I shouldn't be doing it even now. For as many like negative comments I have occasionally gotten, very rarely gotten on YouTube. Anyways, Metaphobia looks good enough to put it on the wish list. You can filter free games out, and there's certainly you can sort by source. Although, at a certain point, also, why bother to put a free game on my wishlist instead of just purchasing it and having it in my library? Yeah, that does make a lot of sense, and it's surprising that it took me that long to figure it out. I need to go through my wishlist and sort by free and add all the free games to my library, and then that would clean up my wishlist quite easily. Next we have a game called Meteorfall, Comet's Tale, which looks like it's a collectible card game that's very positive. It's single player, English full audio. That all looks good. It almost seems like this is based off some cartoon, but I don't recognize the cartoon if that's the case. But yeah, I'll put the collectible card games on the wish list. Of course, there is a certain level of higher numbers of collectible card games on my wish list than I actually would ever play. They're there just for backups in case I ever decide to stop playing something like Shadowverse, or in Magic the Gathering's case, they decide to falsely accuse me of cheating.
Blessed by the heavens. I can't look.
Too slow.
This victory is a testament to your strength.
Next we have a game on Steam here called Methods, which is rated very positively. Some kind of visual novel, but it does look like it's kind of a funnily animated, different looking type visual novel. Kind of feels like a Lupin the Third type experience. 1999, English and Chinese. I'll put it on the wish list. I'm always happy to see something animated differently, but it has to actually look good too.
The pleasure was all mine.
There we go, we're up to C2 in rank 9. And see, that would leave me with main story missions or trying to get treasure chests. Yeah, I don't know how I got a solo mission when solo missions were not checked. They were checked for a certain point, but then they were unchecked, so seems fairly weird, but whatever. And then we would need 2 more victories, or a minimum of 2 more victories, to get 2 more treasure chests, and then solo. Once I'm done with the M's, because I'm not gonna even be done with the M's here, that'll just be the end of this stream because we've been going 3 hours and that's long enough. Here we have a game called Maple Story. You can see it's mixed and mixed, even though there's kind of a large amount of animation here. The actual game is fairly zoomed out as like an action thing, MMORPG, even though it's single player, so I don't understand that really, how you can be playing a free-to-play MMORPG and still get mixed reviews. It was my first MMO 15 years ago. I loved it. Wish I could recommend it. So apparently they converted a 15-year-old MMORPG. They've repackaged it as a single-player game, and they did not like how they repackaged it. I also wouldn't be surprised if the screenshots I'm seeing actually don't have anything in connection to what the Maple Story MMORPG looked like, because that's highly questionable. Like, a platforming action game maybe, but then riding on a train while fighting and then fighting a giant boss is kind of questionable too. And then what looks like a music mini game. Well, regardless of what it is, it's not popular, so I don't have to go any further than that. Next we have a game on Steam called Marvel Trap, which I think I'm pretty much down to the point where I only want to play the original Marvel Madness games since they have some relevancy to them, and any other Marvel game is just kind of de facto not relevant. I don't want to play a game where I'm rolling around the marble, even in Marble Madness. That was something that existed. It is also worth mentioning that Marble Madness, originally in the arcade, you were rolling a giant ball controller. You weren't using analog sticks or anything like that, so the control mechanics felt better, or at least they felt like they could have felt better than any way you would actually be able to play Marble Madness now.
At your service.
Lame.
So yeah, Marble Trap can leave the fall list. And those kinds of games would almost certainly never become popular enough. Next we have a game called Marco and the Galaxy Dragon, which looks like a visual novel. And frankly, I'm just being very, very flippant on the visual novels. If they're being labeled as overwhelmingly positive, regardless of whether they have sexual content, nudity in them, they're just going to the wish list. Does that mean I'm going to start covering a ton of visual novels? No, but they should be on the wish list. They deserve to be on the wish list as much as half the other games here. What's interesting here is you also have this like intro animation that, let's see if we get to a certain point where it clearly has been drawn by like a completely different team. This obviously is somewhat similar to the art that's in the game, but like this looks like an intro to a cartoon, and you can definitely see there's like two very different animation styles that it must bounce through or bounce between, and I imagine you will see one specific style more often than the other.
Fear and despair are no match for me. You are done for. The light of courage will shine forth. You can count on me, Leisha.
No one gets past me.
This
is our way out.
This Leisha. Yeah, Lecia is how they spell that. I'm still not sure if her name is pronounced Latica or what. I kind of feel like it's Latica.
Keep fighting.
Next we have a game on Steam called Marion Tavern Story, Patty and the Hungry God. Looks like it's a RPG game. We also do some cooking. It's mostly positive and English and Japanese. It is kind of a cooking RPG, so I probably should be stricter, but I'll put it on the wish list. I might end up just playing more than I think I was going to.
To arms, brother.
Playing more RPGs than I figured I would.
This is our way out.
Lame. What do you think you're doing?
What do I want to do?
I'm here, just like I said in my tip-off note.
Next we have a game on Steam called Mars Power Industry Deluxe, which seems like it's probably too simplistic of a game. It's rated very positively, but yeah, it doesn't really look like something I'd want to play. Just too simplistic. $3.99, bunch of languages. It's probably priced right. But honestly, a lot of games like this, that is my entire review of the game. Is it's probably priced right. It's a simplistic game. If it looks like something you're interested in, play Mars Powers Industry Deluxe. If it doesn't look interesting, don't play it. That's pretty much it. Where Marvel's Avengers here, the only real reason with its mixed reviews that I'd even consider playing it now would be to just rant about how awful it is, and I don't think even that would be worth anyone's time. So it's easiest just to remove that from the follow list. Okay. If we do,
what do you think you're
this,
doing? We'll make it next time.
And then this, and then this.
It won't be long now.
I'll save you
I want 'em
all.
all.
That, and that. Let's see, so now I'm just getting like 30 gold each treasure chest, but even 30 gold is better than what I've been getting, so by not playing the game. I kind of wish the treasure chests would stack up, but that really wouldn't be fair to people. Like, they really haven't, you have to be in it to win it type mentality, and that's fair. That's what they're trying to do, is motivate more people to play. And sometimes that can be frustrating, but that's the way it goes. Next we have a game on Steam called Marvin the Hatter. I think it's Hatter when there's two T's, H-A-T-T-E-R, Hatter, instead of Hater, H-A-T-E-R. Regardless, it's mixed. It's $1.99, so it's English and Russian also, so I'm gonna get rid of that. Mass Effect 3 in 7 Digital Deluxe Edition. I don't think the Mass Effect series has enough relevancy anymore. I think there's a decent chance that 10 years down the line, nobody even remembers Mass Effect as a series, because they boned it up so much. So I don't see a reason to keep Mass Effect 3, particularly since Mass Effect 1 and 2 are harder to get, as it were, and they're harder to play, as there was just a fairly drastic difference between Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2 in the way they play. I think at this point, if I was going to have any desire to play Mass Effect, I probably would just prefer to play Destiny 2 instead, and get relatively a very similar story, or Dragon Age Origins or something like that if I'm more interested in the story than the shooting. Mass Effect Andromeda Deluxe Edition, oddly, is mostly positive, but also that game is dead, so that, generally speaking, this would be something I would consider playing, even though there is a massive amount of EA Origins DRM and stuff around it. But no, even if they were going to reboot the Mass Effect series, I don't see any argument where I need to play Andromeda. Like, I could kind of commit to, if there was a reboot of the Mass Effect series and it was reviewed well, at that point I might jump in. If Mass Effect Andromeda had been well received and reviewed well, I would have considered playing it. But it wasn't well received, and it's reviewed well now after all the bugs have been eliminated from it, but it wasn't well received enough to guarantee that there was a chance of a sequel, and they've pretty much flat out said that there won't be any sequel. Next we have a visual novel here called Master Magistrate, which seems to be set in kind of feudal Japan past. And yeah, It's $29.99, English, full Japanese audio, and Chinese.
Aegis transformation! Holy
So
crap!
I'm gonna go ahead and just put that on the wish list. At a certain point, I probably should look at the I probably should just look at like the storylines of the visual novels and decide if some of these visual novels, storyline wise, just wouldn't be interesting. At a certain point, there probably is an argument to split visual novels into which ones are horrors, which ones are romances, which ones are lewd adult games. Because there's definitely a level there of differences that deserve to be considered.
Raise your blade.
Right.
You are done for.
I shall overcome by the Knight's Code.
Too slow.
Let's see. Next we have Master of Pottery, which this was in early access before and it's still in early access, but it has made massive improvements as a game. As a game where you play as a potter throwing clay and firing clay. Now it seems to be also a mini game, and painting the clay seems to be a thing, and it seems like it also has texture. So they're actually working on this, where there was a decent chance this was just going to be a always stuck in early access, low effort game on sale, trying to get $3.19 out of people, hoping that it would be something better than what it was. Imagine when you're making a teapot, you probably don't put the spigot and handle on until like right at the end as it's drying out, but I wouldn't be 100% certain on that.
Luminescence.
But yeah, massive improvement here. It came out in November of 2019. I'll leave it on the follow list as something that I still want to succeed. Here we have Max in the Book of Chaos, which just came out. I feel like there's been other games called Max something, but Max is a fairly common name, so it's not unbelievable that there would be multiple people named Max. Alright.
Is that a human?
It won't be long now.
Evolve this.
I'm done sticking my... I told you to
This.
leave!
Too slow.
And this.
My lord.
By the
And
Knight's
that.
Code.
Just have to play it. So then we have Max Gentleman Sexy Businessman, which is text labeled sexual content and nudity. Now, I believe Max Gentleman is the Jesse Cox YouTube streamer, kind of co-brand with another YouTube streamer. So I don't know if there's really a game here I could play, and I don't know if there's really a game here that like I can't even show you the video that's playing, frankly. I don't know if there's a game here that's worth mentioning because of the fact that very well it's just irrelevant. And it's very positive, but I don't know if it's very positive because it's actually a good game, or because there's just a fandom behind it. Jesse Cox was on the podcast with Total Biscuit before Total Biscuit died, and at this point that podcast seems to have completely stopped, even though his wife was trying to continue it. She seems to have pretty much given up on that too. It was very inconsistent.
I could get used to this whole faith thing.
Jesse Cox himself is fairly inconsistent as far as making content.
Take my blade of resentment.
See. That didn't work.
It all ends here.
Vanish like the. You're full of openings.
Hear that? The sound of my faith shattering.
At a certain point, I guess it's just, as I'm trying to think about it, as a business tycoon and dating simulator game, as it describes itself. At a certain point, it's just an adult game. And at a certain level, I am willing to review adult games. I probably could only just mention them. It's $19.99. It's English only. I think what I do here is I just put it on the wish list, and if somebody wants to gift it to me, that's fine. I'll play it. If at some point in the future I figure out a way that adult games can have footage made around them, that would be great, but I wouldn't be surprised if that never happens. The wish list is clearly growing a little bit in its definition to include adult content that I would just want to support. There's a slight difference between Max Gentleman and something like Super Kinky, where Super Kinky really wasn't a game first and foremost. Max Gentleman looks like it probably is a game first and foremost and actually is playable and fun. They both clearly are attempting to sell on sex, but that's not inherently something that's going to scare me away. This.
Flock in congregation and die in isolation.
This.
Don't call me short.
Next, we have a game on Steam called Mecha Zombies, and it's just not relevant because it doesn't have any reviews. Looks like it's mostly a zombie tower defense game for $11.99. That's easy enough to remove. See, next we have a game called Mechanica, which looks like a Minecraft type clone game, but perhaps with enough content that it might actually work. It's a little low polygon. I'm not sure if there's a reason. Also, it seems like it has a programming interface, which might be interesting. This is early access still, so I don't really need to make a decision. I should check that first. You may also notice that these are going kind of in awkward orders alphabetically. Here we have Mech Cube Escape, which is from 2020, so we'll give it more time. Because we were at MAs, and now we're at MEs.
Forward march! Raise everything!
Okay. Which one do we want?
To arms, brother.
At your service.
Oh, no you don't! Reflect upon your choices. Enlightenment.
Let's see. Next we have Mechastorm Mastermind Force again. We already covered that one. Clearly there was some overlap on links. Here we have Mad Cat's World Act 1, Not by Meat Alone. which looks like it's a point-and-click adventure game from 2020, so we'll give it more time. There's definitely a danger in covering any game that's Chapter 1. Here we have Mad Experiment Escape Room, which one of the escape room games I wanted to keep was reviewed badly, so I had to remove it, unfortunately. This is early access in 2020 and can be played single player at some level. And that's the important part to check on some of this is it something that can be played on a single level, or does it just say single player but actually it can't be played single player? Right. This.
Human?
My ally is justice. Have faith.
This.
No one gets past me.
I'm gonna lose here. Next we have Mafia 2 Definitive Edition. It's mixed. I've kind of boiled down to I think Mafia 1 is the only Mafia worth playing. And certainly there have been some games like that where there may be a trilogy, but really it's only worth playing the first one. Same is the same case with Mafia 3 Definitive Edition. They're mixed. Like they've had their first impressions. People didn't like them. At some point in the future, if I was going to cover the Mafia series, it would just be Mafia 1. And there's nothing wrong with jumping around, considering that's just how it has to go. I managed to spend the week, or the weekend I believe, mostly watching all of The Good Place on Netflix, and I would argue that somewhere around the last season and half of the second to last season aren't particularly the greatest of episodes, but yeah, also in The Good Place's case, should watch it all the way through. Whereas in video games, sequels are often forgettable. Level by Level Gaming came in and said, "Hey bud, saw you were live and decided to pop in. Sorry if I haven't responded to that as fast as I should have." Hey Level by Level Gaming. Level by Level Gaming asked me a question about a week or so ago, and I did not see his comments. He asked me where I got the idea for talking about video game news and all of that. I did respond in the exact next video, but in case you didn't hear me and you're still watching, I basically made up the concept of talking about video game news. I've never seen any other YouTuber do it. The closest thing you could argue is something like PewDiePie doing his little Y, where he goes to Reddit and he talks about general things. It is something I made up as a way to save time, to multitask, and just not have to focus on the collectible card game itself. If I was just playing Shadowverse, I'd do it in silence by myself and never stream. YouTube tells people that they should stream and that'll help their channel. I'm not sure it really has helped my channel. So I needed to stream something. It needed to be fairly consistent and repetitive. That's where collectible card games worked for me. I needed, if I'm going to be a video game critic, I felt the need to be informed and educated and try to keep myself somewhat centered with the mainstream video game audience. I don't want to become an elitist, or like so many of the big video game journalists are, where they very often seem like they actively hate video gamers and just spout ridiculous thoughts and opinions and politics in their video game reviews, and so I want to stay somewhat grounded. I want to be informed as far as what's coming out on Steam. There's just a massive amount of like visual novels and Japanese games that get released on a weekly basis, on Steam that nobody talks about. So it's a way to try and stand out, certainly. I have a certain level of understanding on how the open broadcast software works, and so I was able to do the web peak here better than I imagine most streamers could do it. But in general, I probably would be at some filtered level still looking at every single game that came out on Steam and still reading every single article we talk about during a stream. I would just be doing that off screen, and then I'd have very brief, very short live streams, and there's no point in doing that, because the idea of a live stream, in theory, for other YouTube content creators, probably more than me, is to get more viewers to watch longer. Let's see, Level by Level Gaming is posting. Level says, thanks for remembering that and answering. I need to stream, just haven't yet. What program do you use to save? You saw a need and filled it. Good for you, brother. Yep, I use Open Broadcast Studio, which is the new one. There was a Open Broadcast software which they kind of abandoned. Let's see. Probably wouldn't show too much just to show it off here. This is a brief look at what I have for Open Broadcast Studio. I have it in studio mode, and I have a script that is telling me how long since I hit recorded, and that's automatic. That's a script I installed. And then over here is what you're seeing, and then there's a bunch of statistics. That's one of these docs you can bring down. And then there's several different scenes, and one of them is called Web Peak, and that's what we're seeing right now. The other one is called MTG, because I haven't replaced it. It should say Shadowverse, and there is a secondary script using, let's see, Advanced Scene Switcher, which is a plugin that changes what you're seeing based on where the location of my mouse cursor is. So since I have two monitors, whenever the 1080p resolution here, from this point here in the top left, that's 00 on the screen, or on the desktop, and then in the lower right corner, that's 1920 by 1080. So anytime the width goes past 1080 and actually reaches 2 times 1080 minus about 30 pixels, that's when it switches to Web Peak. So I have to move my mouse from my first desktop monitor all the way to the right of the second monitor, and that brings in the Web Peak to show what's on the second monitor, which means I can move my mouse quite a bit on the second monitor and not activate the Web Peak. And then as soon as it falls below 1080, at that point, that's when it brings back the scene to show the Shadowverse playing, and that's just all animated. So all I have to do is move the mouse to about this point. It automatically goes to Shadowverse. I have to move it all the way to the right, and that's just two little Advanced Scene Switcher profile commands. There are some other things there, like it automatically will pause recording when it's in the idle screen, so I can potentially run off to the bathroom or something, and it'll pause the recording without stopping the stream. And then once I leave the idle scene, it will go back to recording automatically, which saves you having to do any kind of editing after the fact. There's definitely a lot of stuff there, text and scripts, and just having a programming education and never fulfilling my own ability and desire to do it. learned a decent amount. So the one thing, ironically, that OBS is giving me trouble with more than anything is there's no way to actually increase the font size, so it's fairly difficult to read on my second monitor. But I'm about to buy a new TV for my second monitor and turn my second monitor, which is just like a 19-inch diagonal Vizio, I'm going to turn that into a third monitor that is actually way closer to me. That way I can read text a lot better. And having a 3-monitor setup is going to change everything a little bit, but improve everything, I think, a lot. I can't justify going to like 4 monitors, but 3 monitors have always benefited me fairly well in the past. There's way more in setup you have to do mentally, I would say, to become a YouTube streamer or a Twitch streamer than there is as far as software. Because a massive amount of people just use XSplit, and XSplit works good while it's working, but I've heard many horror stories of it not working well when it's not working, and it just kind of automates everything. So that's really where you have to build up this thing. Be prepared for pain. Anybody that starts streaming right now is going to have to climb much more of a difficult hill than anyone that started even 6 months ago, because like there's really nothing you can do. You can try and get on things like Library or Bitly or something like that. But unless you've got a corporation behind you advertising you, pushing you, you're probably not going to succeed very well. Or if you happen to be the type of person that can create an OnlyFans account and get a bunch of simps to follow you, for lack of a better term, that might work for it fairly well. But otherwise, it's going to be a struggle. The way I make my YouTube content is definitely a lot around my personality, where I want to be kind of cool, calm, and collected. I don't want to be hyper energy, and I've definitely been punished by YouTube's algorithm by not being a Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie type streamer trying to get 9-year-olds to watch my videos. So yeah, and lots of money investment. I just built a new computer, and that was a lot of money, frankly. But by building an AMD computer, I have been successful in getting the Lego games to finally stop bugging out, unlike my old PC. But it is kind of ridiculous to build a brand new computer, arguably a year or two prematurely, just because of Lego games. So yeah, I definitely had this feeling after I had bought all the components for my new computer. I was like, did I just make a huge mistake? Should I have not done that? I bought like a RTX 2080, and now they're already to the 3080s, and frankly, by the time somebody could afford a 3080, they probably would be up to a 3090s. Yep. I've thought about trying to do like more tutorials as far as how to use OBS, but even then, there's a lot of videos that are already on YouTube on how to use OBS. They're all pretty bad and just repeating what basic tutorials someone else has said. But I don't see how my videos would stick out, and that's not what I want for my YouTube channel. The sad fact is, for my YouTube channel, one of my most popular videos was how to set up OBS to work with Hearthstone Deck Tracker, and that got like 50,000 views at least. Honestly, it might be closer to 100,000 views now, and that's just kind of depressing that the one video that actually got some success on my channel is not the kind of content that I want to create, and is a how-to video instead. And I was happy to put it out there, but I was sad to see that it was just so better received than all my other content. Like, Level by Level Gaming says, thanks, I'll look into streaming with OBS. I do it for me and people like it, then even better. That is definitely the attitude to take. Do you plan on playing Cyberpunk? Eventually, yeah. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to afford buying it brand new. I don't inherently like buying games brand new. There is some suspicion on my part as far as what Cyberpunk really is, because what they've shown doesn't seem to show a lot of like hand-to-hand combat or shooting. We've just kind of seen these like cutscenes and maybe a little bit of driving that they've shown to reviewers, and there's like these memory investigations, and my fear is that Cyberpunk has been built up in the mind of a lot of people and is going to turn out to be something closer to Deus Ex Mankind, Deus Ex Revolution, Mankind Divided, the good sequel to Deus Ex, not the most recent one, or the spin-off games that were bad. Human Revolution, I believe, is what it was. So, and there's nothing wrong with Deus Ex Human Revolution, but it is not so much an action game as it is a lot of scripted events and a lot of walking through a storyline in kind of an interactive walking simulator visual novel mix of gameplay. They may very well have blown their budget hiring Keanu Reeves, and we may be looking at a super short game or a much more limited game, where the first way Cyberpunk felt like it was being sold is that it was going to be The Witcher 3 except for guns, and that there would be a Cyberpunk city probably as big as all the cities in The Witcher 3, if not bigger. We haven't seen any confirmation or indication that the cities are going to be particularly big at all. Let's see, Level by Level Gaming seems hyped like No Man's Sky, and we see how that turned out. Yeah, there is definitely some possibility there. Also, by the time Cyberpunk comes out, we may just all be starved for new gameplay. It may not matter. It definitely seems like it's going to be very, very dry as far as video game news going forward through the new year. And yeah. So I'm going to finish the follow list cleanup, which I've been so low on news. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking at old games that I put on the follow list to see if they deserve to be removed now. This game Mage, for instance, hasn't gotten enough reviews to be relevant and it came out before 2019 or before 2020 started, so I've given it a decent shot. And then I'm just going to finish the M's, and then I'm going to go through my Twitter feed because I've already been streaming for like 3 hours, and I'll see if there's any new news. One of the things as a streamer you should look into is a Chrome plugin, or you can, I think, also get it for Firefox, called uBlock Origin, which is here. This is kind of the advanced part of it. It has this element picker, and what you can do is you can just select, say, this thumbnail, and if you don't want that thumbnail showing on the page, regardless of which page you're on Steam, then you can just click it and get rid of it. And I have done a lot of that to clean up the way Steam pages look and the other news sources pages look. That just makes the picture bigger in case someone's watching it on a TV from far away. It gets rid of visual distraction. uBlock Origin at its core is an ad blocker. I also use Privacy Badger as an ad blocker. I also use a block list on my router, so I've got like 3 or 4 ad blockers blocking ads. On Steam, there aren't any third-party ads anyways. The whole pages are ads for the specific game that you're looking at and some other games. So while technically something down here that says like more like this is actually an ad, you probably have a relevant reason in which you would want to see this. So you can spend just a couple of hours to remove parts of a page to get it to look better for a presentation. And I've done that with my news sources of Gamasutra, TechRaptor, and Gametsu, and it just makes it really, really nice. I also did it with Twitter to just get rid of things, make it more of a presentable thing. And that's been my latest little project, is just to say, hey, how can I make this automatically look better? I also installed a plugin to center columns and try to keep the image a little bit more center, and so it lets you indent one way or the other. I'm theoretically still trying to build a script that will automatically upload the videos and put all the information. I personally find uploading the videos the biggest hassle, but that's for pre-recorded footage. If you're just going to stream and you're just going to stream the same thing and you're not going to bother to go in and put a lot of tags and a lot of descriptions and a lot of hashtags and all the things that you can do, and if you're not going to bother to put like an automatic an end screen, they're not automatic unfortunately, on a video on YouTube, you don't have to really worry about that. As a streamer, you have to be incredibly careful about music. Music gets Content ID claimed way more than video footage, but there are definitely some video footages that get claimed. Even advertisements, which legally aren't copyrightable, get claimed by companies like Nintendo. So if you are showing a portion of a Nintendo Direct video or Lego, even screenshots, which again are ad copy and shouldn't be legally copyrightable, they still get claimed. That's just the level of YouTube's insanity. So yeah, you have to be incredibly careful with that, and you eventually figure out what companies. Warner Brothers Music, or Universal Music Group, UMG, is Warner Brothers, and they'll claim practically everything from a Batman game or anything Batman, pretty much. And you do run into, more than most jobs, random people pulling scams, harassing you, as it were, with the Content ID system, where and Japanese companies try to push the idea that the American company of Google and YouTube has to follow Japanese copyright law, which is not true, not one bit. And Japanese copyright law is way different, and way more restrictive. In fact, Japanese copyright law, from what I hear, is so restrictive that they can't even play like the radio inside of restaurants, and that's why if you go to like a Japanese restaurant in Japan, you will hear incredibly stereotypical traditional Japanese music instead of any modern like J-pop songs or anything like that, because that's the only thing that they can get away with playing without somebody trying to sue them. Next, we have a game on Steam called Mage Quit. What is this? Is this a player versus player game? Yeah. Yeah, this is an online player versus player game. It's rated very positively, but I don't cover player versus player games, so that's going to leave the follow list. Yeah. They're definitely, if you are going to become a streamer, if anybody's going to become a streamer, there's a great argument to getting a second monitor. Assuming your computer can handle a second output, which almost any modern video card would have at least 3 or 4 different video out connectors. But yeah, just having a second monitor will improve your life in general quite a bit. And if you give up it within a week of streaming, you're not losing that much. Buying a ton of games as a new streamer is not highly advisable, but again, if you bought $100 worth of games on a Steam sale, well, then you just have a large collection of games. Just be very careful to buy games you actually want to play, and you aren't just going down a list trying to get thousands and thousands of Steam games, because yeah, that's not really necessary. A lot of streamers certainly just want to play the new games, which that works, but I would also recommend having something that is consistent that you can always fall back to. If you like something like Rogue Legacy or The Binding of Isaac or Pinball, like one of the Pinball FX or Pinball Arcade, Shadowverse here is a free-to-play game, although you can spend money, and it's on Steam. Like, having something you can fall back to if you have nothing better to do or play does help.
Bring honor in the name of this blade.
And keeping it varied is smart. YouTube doesn't like to put out notifications more that are really close together, so I would say at minimum 2 hours is kind of where I've determined that you should schedule videos out. So if you're thinking somewhere around 10 in the morning, and then somewhere around noon, and then somewhere around 2 o'clock in the afternoon are probably fairly good times, but depends heavily on your audience and your time zone. YouTube will only put out 3 notifications at a time, and one of those will be replaced with a stream, so you can't really start a stream and then 2 hours later start another stream, and then 2 hours later start another stream and get notifications. YouTube is very inconsistent on what notifications it puts out anyways, but they've secretly kind of told people they won't do more than 3 a day. I found weekends don't really get any views. It seems like there's kind of a shockingly large amount of people that either watch YouTube while they're in school or at work, and I guess that's fine, but I would have suspected you would have gone for more of a prime time on TV. But I tried the prime time on TV idea of having something around 7 o'clock in the evening, 8 o'clock in the evening, 9 o'clock in the evening, and just having 3 different shows in a row, and hoping that would convince people to keep on watching. That did not work at all. Let's see, where are we? Now we're back up to winning 3 matches. But we're also trying to get the treasure cards. Treasure chest. Which... maybe I can't get any more treasure chests today. Did I hit the maximum? Kinda doesn't matter. It says level by level gaming sins. Thanks, gotta go. Get ready for a night shift. Have a good one. Man. Thanks, level by level gaming. No, see, I'm still getting treasure chests if I win.
Bear the past, but seize the future.
I worked a night shift, an overnight shift, a third shift between like 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. once. And it was really nice because there's nobody around. But kind of everything else about the job sucked. Although, in all fairness, that was like one of the first jobs I had when I was younger, so in retrospect, the job probably sucked a little bit less than some of the other sucky jobs I had. Unfortunately, I will say almost every job I had sucked. Next we have a game on Steam called Magical Monsterland, which is early access. It's from like October 2019. This looks nice, but I just don't think it's going to be finished. I guess I'll be generous and leave this on the follow list, but I kind of suspect next time I do a follow list cleanup I will have to get rid of it. Now I'm just trying to finish things that start with M, and then that will be it. Here we have a game called Maha Sona. This is a 2020 game, so it deserves more time in the oven.
I steeled myself for what lies ahead. Ow!
Next we have Maha Arms, just tag nudity, and yeah, it looks like a Japanese Bayonetta kind of game. It's early access too. Yeah, there is definitely a concern in my mind about allowing the Japanese to embrace the idea of early access. I don't think they will heavily embrace it, but if they do, we're gonna see a lot of games that get released on early access and never finished, because they love to announce games early and then push back the release date. Next we have Maid of Skur, which is a horror game that looks very nicely animated, and it is rated mostly positive, so that can go on the wish list. Of course, growing a wish list of horror games is not particularly useful. Next we have Malediction, because I have far too many horror games already. Malediction is a game where you run around, I think, and cast spells. It's mostly positive, and it's free. I swear some of these games were selling for a price, and then they just became free, so yeah, put that on the wish list.
Better than in the cradle.
Oh, come on!
Next we have a game on Steam called Mana Rocks, which is mostly positive. Looks like a collectible card game that's free to play. And yeah, I'm just gonna put any collectible card game that's free to play on the wish list as a backup in case there's ever a need for me to play a new this. And then
it won't be long now. I'm so sparkly. Yeah.
I played that badly. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy.
Hey, let's play.
Absolutely insane. Should have just attacked the face.
Like petals in the wind, my blade.
Here we have Maneater, which was one of the 2 or 3 shark games that allegedly was coming out. It's got no release date to be announced.
Whoa, you're strong.
Here we have Manifold Garden. This is an example actually of the games that are getting extra advertisements, but usually when there are these extra advertisements, they're somewhat relevant. Manifold Garden is not out yet, so there's really no reason for it to be on the fall list. It's coming out on October 20th. I do have a slight fear that I'm going to remove some of these games that aren't yet out yet, and somehow I'm still going to end up missing them. Here we have Mansions of Madness, Mother's Embrace, which looks like a horror game that's coming soon. And yeah, some of these, this was supposed to be Q2 2019 was when it was supposed to come out. So what I have definitely seen on the fall list some games like that, where there's just a ridiculous amount of extra announcements and then the games never actually come out. Then we got some cleanup ones here. We have one here called Nimbus Space Drone Constructor. It's very positive, but it seems like you build drones and then they fight for you in kind of a physics game. Not sure I really want to play something like this. And this does seem kind of pointlessly complicated. So you build a drone and then you fly it around and then you probably fight it against some other drones. And that's it. Yeah. Not a huge fan of space games in general, so I don't find that exciting. See. Next we have a game on Steam called Never Again. And these are the ends because I skipped over a couple tabs. So $13.99, very positively, looks like a horror game. I think that's fine. Like, one of these horror games called Pacify has gotten a little bit of coverage lately, and it's kind of a great example. PewDiePie played it and Giant Bomb played it, and in both of their playthroughs they showed the game was basically nothing and very glitchy, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, a lot of these horror games can get reviewed very positively even though they really shouldn't, and so I have to be fairly careful on that. Here's a game called Necrolace, which looks like a Game Boy game, but it just has no relevancy, so there's no reason to keep it. Looks like a Game Boy kind of platformer. Particularly considering how I didn't even finish Shovel Knight, there's really no good argument for this. Mountain Blade Bannerlord 2 is still in early access. Alright. And see, then that brings me to the next one, which would be an L. So that means I have gotten all the M's done, and it took me so long, there's no reason to even try to do the L's. I also have done everything before the M's off screen, and I'll just do the rest off screen too. Also, I need to figure out how to get 3 ranked, unranked arena wins, and continue to try to get gold, and getting the solo mission stories is easy enough to do. But I also need to try and get more treasure chests, which seemingly I still can do that. There's a weirdness as far as when the reset happens. It seems to happen around 2 or 4 in the afternoon for me, instead of like midnight, or one would expect some easier to understand time zone. Maybe that's Japanese midnight, since this is a Japanese game. Battle Pass. Let's see. We're making slow progress on the Battle Pass missions, but and we still have until October 31st. Really? We have until October 23rd to do the Battle Pass missions that are here, but you have until December 28th to do all of Season 1 of the Battle Pass. And I've gotten up to rank 9, so if I was to spend real world money, and that's a big if, to buy this Battle Pass, you would have to get to level 25 before you get anything, this reward that they're selling it on. And I assume you would retroactively get several piles of gold and a couple of card packs. And that's about it. Yeah. 2015 will give you a fragment, which you need 4 of those fragments, I believe, to create an orb. 20 will give you the card back. And then 25 gives you a skin. So, yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Season 1 is kind of the best point to skip the Battle Pass, because it really will tell me whether or not I'm the type of player, or I'm going to be the type of player that benefits from buying the Battle Pass. Okay. So then that brings me back to my Twitter feed, and let's see if there's any new news worth mentioning. Gamasutra has a in-depth post-mortem of Costume Quest 2 that's gonna come out. Like, I imagine Costume Quest 2 did not succeed. There's a Costume Quest book called Costume Quest Invasion of the Candy Snatchers. Double Fine obviously trying to promote Costume Quest while we are in the October month. Checkraptor has an article here. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamities, Zelda's, is very different. I don't know if they mean visually she looks different or not. Let's see. She doesn't look particularly that different, frankly. The paler skin, different like shading and such, but you still have the elf ears, you still have the same outfit from the looks of it. She has a sword instead of the little tablet, Wii U tablet device. But that does not come across as very different. Susan Wojcicki put out a thing, says, at YouTube, we're committed to working towards racial justice. As part of our efforts today, we're announcing YouTube originals from our 100 million #YouTube Black Voices funds. Read the latest from, and then a link. 5 YouTube originals are going to be created from $100 million. So YouTube has given $100 million to 5 winners that they've picked on some SJW reasons. In all fairness, like Black Voices on YouTube probably could use a little bit of a boost, but I wouldn't imagine as much as YouTube thinks. But my biggest problem there, and my really only problem there, is that YouTube is picking winners and losers, and clearly they're not going to give 5 originals to like right-leaning African American content creators. They're going to give them to left-leaning SJW African American content creators, and it's more a political alliance than a racial justice alliance that they're creating. And honestly, YouTube should just stay out of it. Just stay in their lane and be the best platform for everybody. It's not that hard. Gamasutra has an article here on leveraging xCloud for download-free game demos is somewhat on Xbox to-do list. Okay. That sounds interesting. An EVE Online space battle has over 6,500 participants. That seems to be fairly common. That every now and then there's a big push to have a big battle on EVE Online. See, there's a game called Dogfighter World War II that came out on Steam. I don't know if we really need to talk about it. The Walking Dead's heroes Rick, Michonne, and Daryl are coming to Brawlhalla, which is weird. Let's see. Sims 4 update celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. Is October Hispanic Heritage Month? That's weird, but okay. If that's true. Like, yeah, not a lot of news. There wasn't a lot of news when we started, and there's not a lot of news here. Yeah, apparently according to Insomniac Games, it is Hispanic Heritage Month. I wouldn't want October to be any Heritage Month, as it were. Because October is just so overridden with focus on Halloween, in the same way that I wouldn't set December as any Heritage Month. Like, but at a certain point they're running out of months, I imagine, and there's just a ton of different heritages that people would like to celebrate. But at a certain point it also kind of boils down to you don't need to make a special day to remember somebody's heritage or celebrate somebody. We should find good behavior to celebrate, or good reasons to celebrate people every day. So a random article, for instance, coming out saying, hey, here's what Hispanics did to the video game culture on a video game website, at any point is just as well appreciated, and or if not more appreciated, than waiting till October to put out something like that. Which arguably I think I'd have to do a lot of research to figure out who I could even name who are Hispanic who have worked on video games, because that's probably not as long of a list as you would think. Yeah. So anyways, since there was no new news, we're at the Humble Bundle store, and we have, let's see, Let's Fight bundle is new, and that's the only new game bundle. So let's see what that is. For $1 you can get Stick Fight the Game, Dive Kick, and Nidhogg. Actually, probably a decent deal there. I don't think I own Dive Kick or Nidhogg, so donating $1 directly to charity, which you can do, makes sense. And then if you pay over the average of $3.98, getting Absolver, Overgrowth, and Ruby Grim Eclipse is also a fairly decent deal, because while these are fairly not greatly reviewed games, they do have some small relevancy, and then paying $10 for Injustice is probably not worth it. So yeah, I think there's an argument there to spend $4 and get those games, but that's pretty much it. And that's gonna be it for this stream, which has been going fairly long. 4 hours and 14 minutes according to my timer. Thanks to Level by Level Gaming for swinging by and chatting with me. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to further follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist.